Select Board for August 20th, 2024. First of all, I'd like to move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of approving executive session minutes, discussing strategy related to bargaining with a non-union employee, and discussing strategy related to a litigation matter. Bargaining with a non-union employee and a litigation matter must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation or bargaining posture of the town. And the chair so declares an executive session, therefore, to be necessary. I move going into executive session. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Select Board will reconvene in open session following the executive session at, I believe, 6 o'clock, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go. Okay. Good evening. Again, Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board. This is the regular meeting after executive session of the Select Board, Select Board for August 20th, 2024. Let's start off with announcements and updates from the Select Board. Anything? Mike?
Yes. So as I think we all know, there's a Chestnut Hill commercial area study going on and a community advisory group, and we convened that knowing that there was a purchase of the Chestnut Hill Office Park in the works. Just the same, we started that without having any specific proposal in front of us. What we were looking at is revising zoning in a way that would promote commercial development in the area basically between Hammond Street and Hammond Pond Parkway along Route 9. We now do have a proposal from Chestnut Hill Realty, the acquirer of the Chestnut Hill Office Park, And we'll be discussing that at at a public meeting in September 16th, I think is the first public meeting of the community advisory group that would be put together. And the developer will be making a presentation, I believe, on the 23rd of September. In any case, those will all be posted meetings. The project that they're proposing incorporates a lot of what the community asked for in the workshops that we held. A member of the developers team attended all of those workshops and listened pretty carefully. There's a trade-off between providing all of that and building height because they're putting parking underground in a place where there's ledge, which is an expensive process. And so they need to have a fairly substantial building above that in order to justify the cost. All of that will, I'm sure, be of great interest to members of the public, and I'm hoping that people will attend the meetings that we'll be having, the public meetings that we'll be having, to take a look at what is being proposed and to hear from our own consultant about our own economic evaluation.
Thank you, Mike. Any other, Paul?
Hi, thank you, Bernard. I wanted to mention a save the date for the community. The comprehensive plan, as you know, has begun, and the steering committee with staff and our consultant partner agency have been busily working to prepare for the formal kickoff, the public kickoff of the comprehensive plan. That will take place October 9th. I know it's early, it's still just August, but we want to get it on your calendar. October 9th, tentatively scheduled for 7 p.m. And we will announce the location when we get it out there and we finalize it. That will be an in-person kickoff, and then likely to be followed on the 10th with a virtual kickoff for those that would like to be able to participate and weren't be able to attend the in-person. So save the date, comprehensive plan kickoff, October 9th at 7 p.m. and then following on the 10th at a time to be determined. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Just quickly, there's something that is going on right here at Town Hall, which I think deserves some extra mention. And that is that the Department of Public Works has been hosting since yesterday, a week-long clothing drive at right here at Town Hall. And if residents have unwanted clothing, linens, accessories, et cetera, that they would like to drop off, they can do so during the regular town hall hours, Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5:30, Friday, 8 to 12:30. Dry and odorless textile items will be accepted and collected by Helpsy, which a lot of people are familiar with. It's the partner that works with the town in textile recovery. So if you need any more information about what's recoverable, you just go to the brooklinema.gov website /textiles. So it's, brooklinema.gov/textiles.
Thank you. I'm getting rid of a lot of suits. Maybe I'll bring.
Good for you. I'm
No longer need that stuff. Anything else? Okay, moving on to public comment. Tiffany?
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. The first speaker we had signed up in advance is Linda Pelkey. Linda, I'm promoting you now, and you should be able to start your video and begin your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Linda Olson-Pelkey. I'm a Precinct 17 town meeting member, an advisory committee member on the Land Use Subcommittee, and now Vice Chair of the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee. And I want to comment on a calendar agenda item that you have, number 13R, which is an update from the Planning Department concerning possible zoning warrant articles for the fall town meeting. I first, though, want to remind everyone that Brookline just adopted a very significant zoning expansion last fall. So as you know, town meeting overwhelmingly supported a comprehensive planning and zoning reform effort, which has begun with the public kickoff plan for this fall, as you just heard from Paul. The purpose of the planning effort is to establish a fact base on current conditions. It's to do trend analyses and scenario testing to get a feel for what's possible and desirable in terms of growth and change, and to deeply engage with the public to determine what the goals, priorities, and vision of our residents are around land use. This engagement and analysis are necessary to both understand what our residents want for our future and to understand the trade-offs and to make fact-based determinations about likely impacts to our quality of life, infrastructure, services, and facilities. Any meaningful zoning reform needs to be an outgrowth of this process. After all, you wouldn't go shopping for clothes for your child until you know what size they wear. For these reasons, I would say in general that the town should refrain from making impactful zoning changes in the interim. As it relates to the current proposals from the Planning Department and possible citizen-led petitions, I can quickly speak to the specifics. Efforts to prevent demolitions in general are justified, I feel, because when a historic structure is demolished, that act is final and irreversible. So I support the proposal to seek a 2.5-story limit in our single and 2-family zones. It's interim and preventative. When it comes to the changes around adding an additional structure on M district parcels stemming from issues of ownership, it seems that this is a very complex topic and that much more care and consideration needs to be given to the factors we may wish to include in a zoning change to address an additional structure, such as climate resiliency, parking, and curb cuts. And the potential unintended consequences to what would be a townwide change are too great to rush through something.
You have 30
now.
seconds.
I'm very concerned about implementing permanent changes to the ADU zoning we just passed based on preliminary interpretations of the law. I believe we should wait until we better understand the expectations of the state. And I am deeply troubled by the rumor of additional ill-conceived upzoning proposals from citizens. I would hope that advocates would engage in the planning process and understand the benefits of incorporating multiple perspectives in a more holistically
That concludes your time.
Publicly
Thank you,
vetted
Linda.
and tested zoning reforms. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker signed up in advance is David Gladstone. David Gladstone, if you're online, could you raise your hand? Okay, I don't see David Gladstone online. If there are any speakers in the room who wish to speak tonight, could you please approach the podium? And then could you please say your name for the record, and then we'll begin your 3 minutes.
Of course. Hello again, Sana Hafiz, Brookline resident, Precinct 4. Miss me? Speaking in the capacity of BNBC National Program Director. Boy, oh boy, did you guys dig yourself quite a deep hole. All of the attempts to steal money from the Black and Brown community, stop a direly needed daycare for low-income mothers, steal that idea and act like it was yours, all while claiming this town is a progressive haven for equality. Shoo. Meanwhile, child rapists and racists alike seem to think Brookline is the perfect environment to come and breed more monstrosities. Oh man, if I were you guys, I'd pick a new woke theme because the pink-washing racial harmony landscape isn't hitting. Chaz, my boy, I'll start with you. So confident in reading Zariana's statement that she was attacked by BNBC. The same Zariana that took a BNBC employee to court about an issue with an entirely different organization. Newsflash, that didn't hold up either because 1, BNBC had nothing to do with it, and 2, that newsletter, according to the judge, was free speech. a concept you folks like to stifle when it's our community. I expect your apology will be just as loud and proud as your lies. That's without even mentioning you accusing me of being the voice of another person in another organization. The same organization that spoke virtually at a meeting that I attended in person, along with you. The same organization that sent 2 personnel to your very office. Not looking so confident in our baseless accusations now, are we? I'm not surprised, though. You people always seem to have a hard time telling us apart. Better get ready for that defamation and discrimination lawsuit when your so-called investigation is done with. I hope that Zionist blood money saves you. You, Deborah, Zariana, and all the others in court, because it won't save you on the day of judgment. It may interest you also that an ARPA Review Committee member came and dropped off a letter to a BNBC employee's home. I believe you all got a copy of the hardly coherent ramblings that included insults and more harassment. Brookline governance just can't help itself. And to those that have been asking if I've moved on from Brookline, just because you don't see me doesn't mean I don't see you. I'm here to stay, baby, and see you around, neighbors.
Thank you. Once you get to the podium, if you could say your name for the record and then begin your 3 minutes.
Ade Ijanasi, Precinct 4, Brookline resident. So today I speak in the capacity as a Black man, right? It's a little bit baffling. Last year, beside you, David, a lot of you were quick to voice your opinions about issues concerning Black communities. And recently we read on the news about the racial bullying of that student in school. And none of you, including you, Paul, it's okay to get heated about asbestos. And none of you have said anything. It's always surprising when it concerns Black people, except you have to use it to demonize us. You guys are quiet. That's pathetic, weak, cowardly. That a kid would go through that in school and none of you said anything and try to move on like anything did happen in Brookline. And you call yourself leaders. You really do call yourself leaders. What a shame, though. Keep doing what you do. It's expected. We expect that from the 2.5% in our community, beyond the white tokens that you guys have trying to represent our communities. Very, very annoying. But keep doing what you're doing. Our heart goes out to that parent, though, and I want to commend that father for taking the right action. Hopefully, that will set precedent for other parents to do what they need to do, because a lot of our kids been experiencing that in schools. You know, call the N-word, and the school does nothing. And so, as the leadership, you do nothing too as well. That's number one. Number two, in reference to ARPA, we're going to be reaching out to the Inspector General because it's a lot of stuff that has gone down with ARPA. Arthur Conquest, who was a member on the committee with you, Mike, has come on this podium to actually confess that he had nothing to do with signing papers that were approved. And he was the one in charge of vulnerable communities, right? For the funds that had to do with our community. So $42 million out the way and nothing has touched our community. You guys don't have proof. Show us one proof that Black and brown people most affected by the ARPA benefited from the ARPA funds.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. The people most affected by the pandemic, show us one proof that you've done anything. We'll see. Records don't lie. And truth is a very beautiful thing. I know you guys think you're good at covering things up. We're good at digging things up too. So in due time, let's see where that goes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Herbert online. John, I'm promoting you now. You can start your video if you're comfortable and begin your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm John Hebert, a town meeting member in Precinct 7. I would like to add to the remarks that were made by Linda Olson-Pelkey on the subject of item 13R in the discussion of warrant articles. that, as I understand it, are designed in part to change zoning. It's come to my attention that these articles, these warrant articles, are being considered that would change the zoning bylaw to create more housing in Brookline. And on the face of it, that may be, that may be warranted and it may be a good thing, but I find such proposals disturbing for a number of reasons, chief among them the possibility that some could well undermine the work the town is doing on the comprehensive plan that Mr. Warren and Ms. Pelkey referenced a few minutes ago. Town meeting and the major political groups in recent sessions spend a great deal of time and energy honing housing policy to comply with the MBTA Communities Act, in accepting new guidelines for accessory dwelling units, and in assembling the steering committee to put the comprehensive plan for town zoning to be put into effect. Now, before the new regulations have barely had a chance to take effect, and with outcomes that are impossible to predict, even for those regulations, new proposals are being floated, none of which have been carefully studied or even for which the electorate is marginally aware. The changes designed to increase housing and population density may be fabulous for developers and the 40Bs that can run roughshod over zoning rules, but they could be disastrous for our town, for everything from its trees and open spaces to services and infrastructure, and for the privacy and quality of life of its existing residents and for years to come. I too urge the town not to make zoning changes apart from the work being done on the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers online or in the room who'd like to speak during public comment tonight? There are 36 speakers online and no one else is raising their hand to speak at this time.
Thank you. Next, the miscellaneous calendar. First of all, our meeting minutes from August 6, 2024. I move approval unless anyone has any corrections or edits. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Yes, Bernard, I'm going to qualify my aye. I did send in an edit to the August 6th.
All right. I saw that.
I assume those were added, so I'll say aye.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Paul Warren, and chair votes aye. Oh, I'm sorry, David.
Aye.
Okay, and chair votes aye. Next, we have an announcement pertaining to review of the board's executive session meeting minutes from January 1st, 2024 through July 31st, 2024 for purposes of whether to disclose said minutes. And I'm going to read I'm going to read an explanation here. Town council is designated by the select board to review the minutes of the board's meetings and executive session periodically for the purpose of determining whether the minutes may be released or should remain confidential, because publication would defeat the lawful purposes of the executive session. Under the open meetings law, the determination must be announced at the select board's next meeting and included in the minutes of the meeting. I have reviewed the minutes of the board's meetings in executive session pertaining to the following dates and have determined as follows. This is town council. Meeting date and then determination, January 9, 2024, release. January 30, withhold. February 6, withhold. March 5th, withhold. May 21st, withhold. June 25th, withhold. And July 9th, 2024, release. Okay. Do we need to approve that? Vote to approve that? Right, that's just an announcement.
I think that's just the announcement.
Okay. Okay, next. Next, we have miscellaneous items C to G and approvals of recommendations of the Select Board Licensing Committee on August 14, which are items H through K. I'd like to vote these in omnibus fashion unless anyone wants to pull an item and discuss it separately. Anyone want to do that among the miscellaneous items? Okay, I move approval of items 7C through 7K. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay. Go to our calendar items. Boards and commissions interviews. We have interviews with candidates for the Brookline Commission on Disability, the Age Friendly Cities Committee, and the Preservation Commission. Let's start off with the Brookline Commission on Disability.
Could we start, Mr. Chair, with the Age Friendly Cities Committee first
Sure.
and come back to the Commission on Disability?
Okay.
And
Oh, we
Margot
have
is
someone
with us in the
audience.
room.
Okay, please come up and introduce yourself and explain to us why you want to be a member of this committee, the Age Friendly Cities Committee.
Sure, thank you. My name is Margot Rosenbach. I live in South Brookline, Precinct 16. I've been a resident of Brookline since 1985, first in Coolidge Corner, and then beginning in 1991 in South Brookline. I raised two kids in Brookline through Baker School, and I would like to reside in Brookline for as long as I possibly can. And so I'm very committed to creating an age-friendly city. It is part of a national initiative and a statewide initiative. And I am a public policy person, so I'm very excited about the opportunities that Brookline has to create an age-friendly community using a combination of resident-driven specifications, but also a lot of the evidence-based things that are being developed nationally and statewide in terms of policy proposals. I also have lived experience as a caregiver for my mother, who died in 2022 of a combination of things, but including dementia. And a big part of creating an age-friendly community is to address the needs of people with dementia. So I'm very excited about this. I started out as a volunteer and then was given the opportunity to become a committee member. And I would love that opportunity. I retired after about 4 decades doing health policy research. So that's another one of my passions is health policy. And so I have a lot of time and I would like this to become one of the things that I do in my retirement. Do you have any questions for me?
Oh, I'm supposed to ask that.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Rollback? John?
No questions, but I just want to say, as the Select Board's liaison to the Age Friendly Cities Committee, that Margot's application is very welcome, and I'm already familiar to the extent that she has been following the activities of the Age Friendly Cities Committee and has been asking questions, and I think all signs are good for us to benefit greatly if we approve Margot as a member of that
Great,
committee.
thank you. I apologize for misstating your name, Ms.
No problem.
Rosenbach.
No problem.
So for our vast TV audience, talk to us about the Age Friendly Cities Committee and what specifically your policy background would bring to that.
Yeah, so it's very holistic. And as you've heard, I've been attending a number of the meetings. So one of the things that I was actually very intrigued by is some of the recreation opportunities. And so, for example, I went by Skyline Park and there's a lot of issues, not a lot, some issues that could be addressed to make it more age-friendly. So just looking at the various opportunities, transportation, I think the whole issue that's being dealt with regard to bike lanes, and those are not particularly age-friendly at times in terms of making it a walkable city. So just trying to bring some perspectives on how just a lens from an age-friendly perspective. And I've been really impressed and excited by the diverse attendance at the meeting from a lot of the different parts of the Brookline community, whether it's recreation or disability, human services, health, And so just really trying to think through what a lot of the opportunities are for creating an age-friendly community. Also, I live in South Brookline, and oftentimes South Brookline is forgotten. A lot of focus on North Brookline at times. And so that's one of the things we've talked about is making sure that there are events that could be held in South Brookline, for example, at the golf course, to attract people from South Brookline. So, in terms of getting input and all. So
I apologize if I'm
mhm.
missing something here. Age-friendly city is a designation of a national body, as I understand, right?
Yeah.
And so explain to our vast TV audience something about that.
Yeah, it's a national initiative through AARP. And so Massachusetts has been designated an age-friendly state and Brookline age-friendly community. And so what I have learned so far is that there is a planning process to identify plans for the future of things to make Brookline more age-friendly. I think it's still in a somewhat formative state. I've been listening, for example, to one of the listening sessions that was done at the state level. And I think some of it gets, that it's still at a pretty early stage in some of the planning from what I can understand. And so there's a lot of opportunity to be listening to what residents are interested in and building and contributing to this plan.
Great, thank you. Yes, Paul.
Thank you, Bernard. Margot, thank you for your application and for your comments. I was moved by your brief story about your experience with your mom, which, you raised the issue about age-friendly cities and being more friendly towards those that have memory issues and dementia. Could you talk specifically about that and what types of opportunities or improvements or things that you think we should be doing as a community to help support individuals with dementia?
Yeah, I think that there are some new initiatives, like, for example, CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, has a new program just awarded within the last couple of months. And there are two local awardees, one at Heber Rehab and another at Good Shepherd Hospice. And so I have talked with Ruth Ann, who is the head of the senior center, about making connections to them to learn more about their program, how we might connect Brookline a little bit more closely with some of their initiatives, a lot of best practices. The area of dementia care, as you probably know, is still at a pretty rudimentary stage. And so that's one of the reasons why CMS has awarded it's several hundred, 300 or 400 programs around the country to look into best practices and to experiment. So I think part of the idea here is that it's still an area for development and for thinking about, there are various elements related to making it walkable so that people with dementia, that there are various things you can do to make it safer for people with dementia. So I will say that there's definitely a lot that I also have to learn and that I want to learn and be able to contribute and use some of the knowledge that I think I could bring to inform the work of the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany, how many openings do we have on this committee?
On the Age-Friendly Cities Committee, I believe we still have 2 remaining openings.
And do we have any applicants other than Ms. Rosenbach?
This is the only other applicant at this time.
John is our board liaison. Do you think it's appropriate to vote tonight?
I'd be all for it.
Any objection to that?
No objection at all, but I do want to make a comment.
Okay.
Particularly since we're just about to vote, I think, to approve your application, which I'm delighted to join in doing. There is something called the Vision Zero Committee, which is putting together policies that will hopefully bring, traffic fatalities down to zero. That's the Vision Zero part, and serious injuries as well. And of course, a lot of the victims of accidents are elderly people who get in the way of a vehicle, and that's not quite the right way to put it. Get in the way of a vehicle, are hit by a vehicle. And I think it would be very helpful to have a joint meeting between the two, because there's the Vision Zero committee looks more broadly at transportation, and I know that that is a major component of what age-friendly cities are focused on. So I hope to see us all together.
Like that idea a lot.
Thank you. So hearing no objection, I'd like to move approval of Margot Rosenbach to be a member of the Age Friendly Cities Committee. Any objection? Okay, all in favor? John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if we can reschedule the interview for Franklin to the next meeting, he had a work conflict, so is unable to join us,
Okay,
and go ahead and go to the Preservation Commission interview.
okay, we can do that.
And so that is with Brooke Richard.
Okay, so we never confirmed with Baran, but Tia?
No, we were unable to confirm with
Okay.
Kiran.
Okay, Brooke Richard.
Brooke is with us online. So Brooke, I'm promoting you now. You should be able to start your video and share with us your interest and experience for the board.
Yes, please introduce yourself and tell us why you'd like to be on the Preservation Committee and what expertise, background, or interest you could bring to the committee.
Sure. It's nice to see you all. Thank you for taking the time to interview me for the Preservation Commission. I live and work in Brookline. I live on Pill Hill, work in the village, and I care a lot about this neighborhood. I care about the buildings that the beautiful buildings that I'm surrounded by and walk past every single day. Fascinated by their history. I had a personal experience in with our own home, which is at 131 High Street, where we were granted permission to demolish a part of the structure that was deemed insignificant and add a new structure to the existing carriage barn, which was a very big ask. I've come to understand, and watching a lot of the preservation meetings, there was every single detail that had to be approved and considered. And so I've been through that process myself. I felt that the commission, many of the members who are still there, had very thoughtful recommendations, and I enjoyed the process of it, and just took a lot of pride in the fact that there is a standing commission to protect the buildings that are here, but also walking that fine line of allowing the buildings to remain, to progress and have life. There's the neighborhood that we're in, particularly a few blocks in all directions of us. There's this interesting generational passing of the torch that's happened. Almost every family around us has moved in within the last few years. All of our kids go to Lincoln. And so I completely sympathize with the changes that they want to make to some of these historic homes in order to accommodate their lives that were different from the lives that were lived 150 years ago. And at the same time, I have great reverence for the materials and the proportions and the beautiful, the importance of the architects who built these structures so long ago. And so it's a real fine line to walk. And it would be a great pleasure for me to take part in that. And also, I feel like it's something that I could contribute to my community, which I would really enjoy and appreciate. In terms of my history, I have a degree in interior architecture and worked in interior design for about a decade, along with my partner. And we did some work in Brookline, Boston, some in Cambridge. We did have the opportunity to work on a few historic buildings on the inside, but of course, the exterior is considered as well. They were big renovations that we did, and just learned a lot along the way about how it all works. And so I have that experience that I can bring to the table. And just as well as, like I said, being part of the fabric of the neighborhood in all kinds of ways. So that feels like an important, in terms of the passion part of it, an important part to bring.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Mike?
No, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I-
It looked like you raised your hand.
Well, I was sort of, I would, interior, Brooke raised the point that she's an interior architect. And that's a discipline I actually wasn't aware of. Certainly aware of architecture, but that's really interesting. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the linkage between interior and exterior when you're doing work on the interior.
In particular, the relationship with the charge of the Preservation Commission.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was the last question?
As your skills in interior architecture relates to the responsibilities of the Preservation Commission, which is primarily interested in things going on outside of the building, right?
Sure. Interior architecture is the same as interior design. They have changed, if you're more familiar with that profession, interior design and interior decorating are very different. And so it's a hard differentiation to make unless you're in this world. But my degree started off as a master's in interior design and is now called a master's in interior architecture officially. I think they made that differentiation because people would often confuse interior design, which is, a three years of education and CAD and you're dealing with things structurally, and all of the systems inside the building versus interior decorating, which is, it's just its own profession that's very different. You can get a certificate and you're essentially decorating the inside of a house. So when we're working in interior design, we're in terms of the supporting exterior walls, if there are a proposal that's being made on part from an interior design perspective, we would have to work with an architect to officially stamp those plans. But when we're making changes to that exterior as it relates to what's happening inside, like let's say you're working out the space on the inside and some extra windows are being required, or something that is changing that exterior facade, that's where interior design or interior architecture and architecture have a gray space. So I can't officially stamp those plans, but I understand how it all works and I draw them in CAD and work with an architect who then will formally submit the plans.
Paul?
Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Brooke. First, I appreciate that you live in one of these historic structures and you've had to suffer through the process of renovating them as my wife and I have as well. We also own a historic home. And I think you're right. I think interior architecture certainly impacts the exterior as we try to make these older structures more livable for our modern lives. Can you speak a little bit about energy efficiency and your views on that? We've had lengthy discussions about windows and we're pretty rigid with maintaining historic windows with single pane, historic glass with storm windows. Can you talk a little bit about your views on the role of energy efficiency relating to the climate crisis and how that may affect your role and your views on the Preservation Commission?
Sure. Yeah, we're at an interesting crossroad right now, especially in this historic district, because the importance of the home being energy efficient contradicts often the need to preserve the history of the house. Most of the time, it is just the front facade that faces the street. Actually, it's all the time that the Historic Commission has jurisdiction over. And so I think that there is an in-between answer where energy efficient needs can be addressed in parts of the house that aren't seen from the street. And, I know that issues like solar are kind of on the table and being discussed right now. Solar, I think, has a little bit of a ways to go before it's a great marriage between, they've got all these sun panels that don't make a whole lot of sense on these old historic buildings. And in fact, they can't even put them on a lot of the roofs right now that are in the historic district. So that's something I think that comes to a lot of people's minds, but it's not quite working right now. But maybe in the future, as roof tiles become a little bit more discreet and receiving solar energy, maybe that will happen hopefully down the line. But for now, I think that most of those things that will have to be done should be done. Hopefully families will do it on other parts of the house. In terms of the windows, that's a tough call. I mean, I understand that the placing storm windows over the old wooden true light windows is considered as energy efficient as the new windows that have the gas in between. But it's a matter of personal opinion. I mean, personally, I think it's very important to stick with the materials that has to be done with the Historic Commission. But with our house, for example, we went with new windows that had the recommended Munson dimensions and divided glass, but yet they are double pane glass that are energy efficient. So there are ways to kind of straddle both and get benefits of both. I think I preferred that over the storm window, because I think that in doing that, we stayed in kind in terms of the dimensions of windows that were on the historic part of the house. And I think that you're able to experience the old details better than putting a shield over what's old in some cases. So a shield meaning the storm window.
Okay.
So and one other thing I'd like to say. So I've transitioned now. I actually have my own business with my partner. We were given when we were in interior design, we were commissioned to make furniture for a lot of the homes that we worked on. And we ended up starting our own company where we make fine wooden furniture and also bronze hardware. And we use a lot of, all New England makers. We collaborate with them to make these pieces. And so I've come to know very, personally, and just we've done a lot of research on the makers around here. We're lucky to have them in New England, the makers who can make windows. There's really old trade schools here and other parts that, that belong on these old houses. They can replicate them really beautifully. Other parts of the country don't have that sort of thing. So we should use those resources if we need to.
Great, thank you. Tiffany, my understanding is that we have a number of applicants.
We do not have a number of applicants for this commission. What we do have is 5 vacancies, 4 of which are for non-voting alternate member seats and 1 full voting seat. They do understand the Preservation Commission has had some issues with quorum, which they rely on the alternative members to fill a voting space if someone's not there. So they are looking to fill these seats as soon as possible.
Okay.
Mhm.
Since I set a precedent by voting
Mhm.
the woman from the,
Broken the rules, Bernard.
yeah, right. I guess for the Preservation Commission, I'm a little less comfortable doing that.
Yeah.
It doesn't reflect on you, as Richard, but I'd like to put off making appointments for a later time. But thank you for your very informative presentation and response to our questions. And we will be back in touch with you very soon. Yes.
I just want, I want Brooke to know that that's our normal process.
Yes.
We
Okay.
deviated from it
Yes.
before, so it's not that we're saying, oh, well, wait a minute here.
Right.
We're
No,
just
it's
saying,
definitely
let's go
not
back to
that.
our normal process.
I appreciate that. I wanted to
Right.
add one last little tiny thing, which is that each of the sessions that they have is like a history lesson. So I would look very much forward to learning more. I drink up all of that information because I walk down these streets every day, and knowing the stories behind the homes is fascinating for me.
We have always, thank you. We have always, on certain occasions, voted at the meeting where the person is interviewed. I know Chaz may give me grief for doing this,
Mhm.
deviating from our, not always, but usual practice, but give me grief, no problem. David?
Just for clarification, so there are 5 vacancies, 1 applicant. Is that correct?
At this point.
At this time, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the Preservation Commission is a pretty significant commission. I want to be very careful how we.
Understood. I'm not questioning
Yeah.
your decision to defer. I just want the general public to know, get your applications in.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke.
Okay,
you.
next, public hearing, which was scheduled for 6:30 and is now 7:15. We have been later than that in our public hearings in the past. But question of approving an entertainment license for Mad Hatter Experience, doing business as Mad Hatter Experience. License for Mad Hatter Experience LLC, doing business as Mad Hatter Experience at 1187 Beacon Street. And the reason why this was not taken up or addressed at the licensing committee hearing is that this is going to be a unique event, an interactive experience that will be held from September 13, 2024 through January 5, 2025. It includes laser light shows between Monday through Sunday, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. And we just wanted to give the board an opportunity to discuss this, learn about, what is being proposed and some of the issues that it will raise.
Right.
Mike, yeah.
So one of the factors was I'm the representative to the select board representative on the licensing hearings, and one of the factors that was that the applications needed to be approved first by the police department, the building department, and those have now been approved. They're no longer pending. But what this is it was very interesting discussion. It's a sound and light show, as you say. We're using lasers. It's going to be in the inside of the I would gather the main sanctuary of Temple Ohabai Shalom facing on Beacon Street. And one of the things that we were a little bit concerned about is that there's seating for up as many as 350 people. And we're concerned about traffic and parking and so forth. in that area, although it's very accessible on the Green Line. It's right there in front of the building. So those are the topics of discussion. I don't think that there was any great concern about this. It's time limited if it turns out to be a difficult problem. It's time limited, and it's a interesting use of the building during its off hours.
A building that has been used for light shows in the past, although not laser light shows, but shows, I think, using candles. I attended one. It's pretty
Okay.
nice.
All right.
But it did attract a large number of people, so I assume that the producers of this show have talked to the temple and have a good understanding of the issues and how they can address them. So we have two people, it looks like, from the program. Could you introduce yourselves and tell us a little more about what you're planning on doing and how you're addressing issues that are presented by such a unique program?
Yes, I can start out. So, hi everyone. My name is Luis de la Garza, and I'm the project manager for this show, this nature-themed light immersive experience that will be taking place on 1187 Beacon Street. And I wanted to pass it over to Ryan, who will be the lead producer to this event.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having us back. We're also joined by Kevin Madden. He's unable to turn on his camera, but he's our senior leadership team as well, and he's joining us as well as a third member. But Luis and I are the main points for the experience, and we're happy to further answer any questions or clarify anything from last week or hear from any members of the public who are attending and have questions.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So yes, so addressing the concern about parking, like you said, there is some street parking around the area, and there's also parking garages that are paid parking garages that are within a walking distance from there around Coolidge Corner, which we will be able to communicate using our FAQs as well as using some of the CRM messaging for the guests that will be attending once they have purchased their tickets. We will also be able to really push the public transportation. As you mentioned, the Green Line is right there. So we have means to be able to communicate that the different parking and transportation methodologies in order to be able to make it to the experience. And as you mentioned, we have been working very closely with the temple, who have done similar experiences as this inside. So we have been, every step of the way, we've been discussing with them like any potential issues, making sure that one, we like protect the sanctity of the space, but also being good members of the community as well. And they've been around for a long time, so they know what they're doing. And yes, and Ryan, any more to add on that end?
Yeah, I think there was also one question that was kind of asked last week in our meeting about security, and I just wanted to clarify that the security is the measures that we have taken in place are 100% in collaboration with the temple and their leadership team. They're in line with their default security processes, and our security are also trained for any sort of risk management or anything to go wrong, let's say. But all of the wants and asks and entryways to be checked and secured or in collaboration with the sanctuary. So it's more so making sure their needs are also met as well as our events.
Right. That was one of the issues that was discussed. It wasn't the security that these folks have is basically event security. And there was a question about how integrated that was with the temple's own security.
Good. So, Paul. Oh,
Hi.
I'm sorry. Did you have your hand up?
I just put it up, Bernard, so you.
Oh, okay. I think John beat you.
Okay, wait.
One of the reasons I was glad, excuse me, that this particular application was pulled from, those that would be approved en masse is I just think more people should know about this because I'm fascinated that this is a form of entertainment that apparently, is quite popular. I'm going to get, if people haven't already figured out that I'm culturally clueless, they'll be sure of it by the time I finish here. And I note that you have set aside a tentative schedule of a large number of dates, pretty much Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, from September 13th up until January 5th. What is the average audience that you're expecting for each of these shows? The average
So,
size.
right, so what we're expecting. So size, like I mentioned, max capacity is 350. We're expecting about 200 per session, and each show will be about 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay.
So, yes.
This sounds really
So,
neat.
and there's, 30 minutes, and there's 30 minutes of transition between the shows.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just, I'm thrilled for you that you've created a form of entertainment that is really, drawing people in significant numbers to Brookline. And I also want to point out that for those who follow the select board agenda and, get to experience what the content, all of the pages for each item that we can address, this application, I just want to say, is a model of an application that gives all of the necessary information and in a very clear and straightforward way, and helped me to understand what this proposal is all about. So I want to thank you for that.
Thanks for the kind words.
thank you.
Hey, Paul?
Thank you. I was wondering, do you have a sense based on your other experiences, how many people would typically come from public transportation versus, driving, and 200 per 30-minute show? That's quite a bit of amount of turnover. Can you just speak to that?
Ryan, do you want to take it, or do you want me to take it?
You can take it, Louis.
Okay, so honestly, it depends city by city. So right now it's roughly about half and half, but it honestly depends on the city. Some cities are a little bit more driver focused, something like Texas, for example. But some of them are more public transportation. But I think about 50-50 is going to be about roughly what we're looking at. Ryan, does that sound about right?
Yeah, I was going to lead with the same thing, that unfortunately it does kind of come down to what the general population uses. Thankfully, the MBTA has a really great network. It's one of, the few great networks in the US, and it has really high ridership. So we're hoping that most people see, oh, there's a stop right out front. There's bike share right across the street. And then those who do feel inclined to park, they can go patronize Coolidge Corner, have a coffee, have something to drink after, and have a nice little walk. It's about 5 to 7 minute walk from Coolidge right to the temple as well. So, obviously, as we get started and go through, we'll be able to see more and see what messaging is working and what's not, and kind of adjust as well throughout the run to focus more heavily on public transportation if needed.
So,
Bernard, if I just a quick follow-up, I guess I would really encourage you, 50 is a lot, actually, 100 cars, there's not a place to put 100 cars over there. To really encourage those that are going to attend to use public transportation or ride share or a bike or a scooter. I think that would be an important part of your messaging, I think, to your patrons.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we had mentioned last week in the meeting as well, that was a major concern for us, and something we anticipated would be, asked about, and something we had asked ourselves as well. How can we try to mitigate as much car traffic as possible? And so, yeah, we will definitely be trying to make sure all of the messaging, all of the copy, all of that is very clear, concise, all of that is upfront, and not as hidden, as an FAQ. It's right on the ticket page. As soon as they get their ticket for the experience, parking instructions, how to get their instructions are right there. So you can't really miss it.
okay, thank you. This is a public hearing, so I'd like to open the hearing. Tiffany, is there anyone interested in speaking?
If you're online and would like to speak on this matter, if you could use the raise the hand feature at this time. There are 32 participants online and no one is raising their hand to speak.
in our vast audience here at Town Hall? No? Oh, Ms. Rosenbach. Yep.
Hi, Marco Rosenbach. I reviewed the application as well, and yes, it was really interesting and impressive. My question is what the charge is going to be for tickets. I don't think I saw that anywhere, and I'm thinking of it in terms of accessibility to a broad population.
Yes, so I think at the time when we did this application, we hadn't finalized the price, but we're looking to have an average price around $22 per person. So that's going to be the average ticket price.
And then for the other point, there currently is no ticketing information online. We haven't actually publicly addressed this as we wanted to go through this application process to make sure everything is within good standing. So assuming things are correct, very soon, all of this will be accessible to the public.
Yes, thank you, Ryan.
Your first show is 3 weeks from now. Better get on the
Yes.
ball.
Yes,
and
we find that most people.
Yeah. Is this the first time in the US that you've done this?
It is, yeah. It's
Yes.
been done a handful of times in Europe. Our creative partner is from Zurich, and so this would be the first one in the US, and we're really quite excited to bring it to Brookline.
Do you have any sort of like a plan B if you don't get the type of response here in Brookline as you've gotten in London or Paris or wherever?
I mean, by plan B, I mean, like, we always have ways to really like be able to tap into, be able to figure out what's really not resonating with the folks, and we can really address that based on the marketing or however the case may be. But right now we're very positive and confident that not positive, but confident that we have a great show, and I think people will really resonate with people.
Yeah, we can do a lot of user research, and we also want to reach out to the local businesses around the area to find ways to cross promote or get them involved as well. And not come in, but more be part of the community while the time being. And I think that's a really important aspect for a lot of events and experiences to be known like, hey, this is part of the community and like it's accessible to anyone, and come on out and enjoy it while it's here.
Right. Any other?
I had one other question, Bernard. One last question.
Oh, we're still, okay, go ahead.
So just a last question. Your target, who are you marketing to? What's the profile of the attendee that you're trying to encourage to come?
So this show will really be for everyone, for all ages, but we think that really like both students and families will really be able to enjoy this. That's what's really been useful. The kind of demographic that we've attracted within something like this in Europe, and we think that that will really also be the case here.
Great. Thank you.
David?
How did you identify Brookline for your US debut? How did that come about?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so we our partner has a very kind of set, architectural needs for the experience. So
one of the questions in a big way, they said that they'll get back to me and let me know.
Sorry, use 1 second here.
Taking over, yeah.
Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, sorry. We our partner has a lot of architectural needs, obviously, because this is a 3D scan of the space, and every projection map is set to each location. So we did a lot of venue scouting throughout, the East Coast, the Midwest, even the West Coast. And our relationship with the temple was really great. So we talked with them. It fit the needs for our partner, and they had some great availability, and it was just a very open and clear dialogue between them where we were able to decide like, hey, this would work for us, it would work for them. So that's how we came about it. So between really great venue scouts from our team and a really beautiful and amazing temple, we were able to kind of set our sights here.
Unless there are any other comments from the audience, I'd like to close the hearing and make one final comment, and that is 3 weeks to set the price, do the marketing, and all the other things that go into making a successful event. So get moving.
Yeah. Don't waste any time.
Yeah.
Oh, you will. You won't.
Any other comments from the select board? Okay, hearing none. Let's see, we have to approve the entertainment license. I move approval of the entertainment license for Mad Hatter Experience at 11, to be performed at 1187 Beacon Street. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Okay, next, EV charging fees. I see Sam Downs is going to come to the select board to discuss this.
I believe we have Sam on the call.
He's here in person.
Oh, he's in person. Oh, fantastic. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Charlie. Thank you so much. Good evening, Select Board. Thank you for having me this evening to talk about electric vehicle charging rates at Brookline Parks. This is going to be somewhat similar to a conversation that 5 of us had in October of last year, but following a discussion with the Park and Recreation Commission. So first I'll introduce myself. My name is Sam Downs. I'm a transportation engineer for our Department of Public Works. I would like to thank a number of the staff, including Commissioner Shute, the director, Dan Murphy, and our new director of sustainability, Alexandra Vecchio, for all of their support as I have worked on electric vehicle charging. To start, sorry, it's the down arrow. There we go. So quick overview. I will try to keep this brief. Sorry, there's.
Hold on.
Dude, would you mind moving the captions to the left there or to the right? Sorry, I guess. Thanks.
I will start with a really brief overview, slight update to the map that I shared in October of last year. We've been making progress on installing new stations, primarily in North Brookline, as you can see. We are currently nearing 50 level 2 charging ports and are about to wrap up our 4th level 3 charging port in the Webster Street lot in Coolidge Corner. In the bottom left, don't miss out on the Elliott Street Brookline Recreation Center, which as of 1 p.m. today is the newest location for a level 2 public charger. The orange are the ones that are wrapping up. So as of yesterday, that wasn't done. So as the town looks to expand our network, we are limited in the locations that we own. And so this started the conversation with the commissioner about utilizing the director of Parks and Open Space at the time, Alexandra Vecchio, about utilizing the town's public parks for providing publicly accessible charging. And through 2 meetings with the Park and Recreation Commission, we held a preliminary conversation and then a public hearing for installing 2 charging stations, which total 4 ports at the Fisher Hill Reservoir Park, the Sewell Recreation Center, Skyline Park, and Lars Anderson Park, as shown on the map. At that public hearing, I'll start with funding because I love to talk about funding. So thanks to a state earmark, I don't know who to thank for that, but someone was very gracious in providing the town $100,000 in funding to support public charging. In addition, through many grants that I worked on for Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection and Eversource's Make Ready program, these 4 projects will end up costing the town $0. And so these are the totals of the funding received to date. It looks like it's around, a little over $800,000. So lastly, the rates. So in October, we had a great conversation about trying to provide equitable and affordable access to public charging while not creating a burden on the town. To date, we have been successful in maintaining the 25 cent per kilowatt electricity rate for town parking lots, which was based off of the current rate that the town pays. And in a conversation I just had with Charlie via email in the last hour, the determination is that we estimated the cost of electricity to be 24 cents, and we are currently with earning 24.8 cents per kilowatt. So we are right on target in terms of creating a net zero cost public charging network. And so as part of this next conversation, we worked with the Park and Recreation Commission to determine what the town is currently paying in electrical costs at our town's parks, because that varies from what we're paying at our other locations. And when factoring in the fee that is collected by ChargePoint, we landed on 35 cents per kilowatt as the price that would allow for a 1 to 3 cent overhead net profit, you want to call it, to cover costs that do come up over the years. And a recommendation of $10 per hour as an overstay fee if someone remains plugged into the charging port 30 minutes after their session is completed. The user would receive a notification to their phone that their session is completed and they have 30 minutes to leave, or they will start getting charged per the minute. And I actually think it was Select Board Member Sandman who was supportive of a higher overstay fee when I was last here in October. So that is what I am here to get feedback on today. So that is all the slides I have, and I'd love to hear what you all have to say.
Mike.
So I think you're probably aware there are two of us here who have EVs. So we're sort of plugged into this issue.
Love it.
Sorry. Couldn't resist. So this is, first of all, the expansion of the network is great. One thing I would say is that for a level 3 charger, it would be really better not to have a 30-minute window. EV charging at level 3 occurs much faster, and you really want turnover. There's a lot more money in that charger in terms of capital investment. You really want to turn that over as quickly as possible. It's the most convenient sort of charger. So I think you might have I know that if you go to a public charging station, it's typically a 10-minute window, and you may want to consider that. And I'm pleased to see the $10 an hour overage charge. I wonder if you could tell us. I know the Webster Street lot is just about to get its charger turned on. Where are the other 3 level 4s?
So Webster Street accounts for 2 of the 4 level 3 ports.
Yeah.
And then the other 2 ports are in one station on Beacon Street, 1361, that's owned by GreenSpot.
Okay.
So I'm happy to revisit the structure for the level 3 station. I would just like to point out that the stations that are being proposed in the parks, or at least 3 of the 4 parks, will be high-end level 2s, which currently output 3 times the energy of a standard level 2. So we get about 20 kilowatts per hour.
Oh, wow.
Versus the
great.
7 that is typical of a normal level 2. So only one location does not have the current capacity. That's Sewell Playground. So that's the one location that will get a standard level 2, but all the others will be getting 2 high-end level 2 stations.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Paul,
You're on mute, Paul.
you're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you for pointing that out. 2 questions. My first question is why the difference between municipal parking lots and, town park, park and rec parking lots? Why are we charging more is my first question. Then 2, where does the fees and fines flow to? Are those going into the general fund, or are they going into park and rec?
So as Charlie just shook his head, I'll answer the second question first. That is, they are currently going into the general fund, and I'm actively working with Charlie, Melissa, and Commissioner Shute to determine the future of the revenue generated, which is, and and how that will operate in the long term, in terms of the revenue generated and expenses going out. So we are thinking about that. To answer the first question, it was based off of a review of the electricity bills for all the parks and the rate that we currently pay per kilowatt hour to Eversource. In short terms, depending on the size of the meter, right, it dictates the price that you pay per electricity. And so just based off of the meter sizes of our public town lots, we are paying a lower rate when and in our parks, because we use less electricity there, we are actually paying a higher per kilowatt rate at the parks, and that's how we ultimately set the price.
So may I follow up? Because I'm still unclear. I'm still unclear on this. So we get charged a kilowatt hour, the town gets charged, and you're saying parks get a higher charge?
It depends on how much electricity each location is pulling. And because the parks, other than operating lights or other relatively small electrical features, they're not consuming as much energy through those transformers as, say, like the town hall public health lot. Like we came off the transformer that supplies the electricity for the public health building. That's gonna use a lot more energy, and therefore, since we're using so much more energy, there's different rate structures within Eversource, and so we therefore are paying less money per kilowatt for the locations that we are consuming much higher energy. And it turns out that at the parks, we're not. Some of the electrical bills at the parks are $50 a month,
Yeah. So, okay. So if I understand what you're saying is the kilowatt charge per hour is location dependent. We don't have a standard kilowatt per hour charge for the time. Is there a benefit to standardizing it so that, members of the community can get an expectation of what they're being charged for?
Charlie would like to hop in.
Yeah, so thank you, Sam. So Charlie Young, Assistant Town Administrator for Finance. So it's a good question, Paul. You recently saw that we came to you with a supply contract for electricity, which is a flat rate for all of all of our buildings. But Eversource, the utility, sets a tiered rate based on the volume of the user. So, for example, commercial rates are different from residential rates. The most residential meters have actually the same rate, but some are a little different depending on the size of the property and the usage on the meter. So I hope that answers the question, but it's not something that we have control over. It's set by Eversource.
But you're basically saying the parks pay more per kilowatt hour than town hall does, for instance.
Exactly, because power is purchased on volume, and so they get you get a better rate if you have higher volume. Yep.
Okay.
David.
Question I have is, did you look at what peer communities charge? Did that factor into your calculus for your recommendation to us?
It factored into our recommendation for the initial proposal in October of last year, where we were looking at public parking lots that incorporated a parking fee. And so since town parks, we do not have a parking fee when you're at the parks. I looked at other communities, but this is really around the goal of providing as net zero charging to increase adoption as possible, while not burning the town. So I've definitely investigated other communities, but as part of this, I didn't particularly investigate other communities just because we're trying to offer it as close to at cost as possible.
Mike?
David, when we looked at this in October, the folks in transportation actually came in with a higher price, and the feeling was that we wanted to encourage adoption of electric vehicles, and we wanted to encourage people to use the chargers. And so we said, well, let's see if we can set a break-even rate. And that's essentially what he's recommending for the parks.
John?
Sam, thank you very much for the presentation, and thanks for the really good work that is being done to spread the availability of this electric recharging. But a couple of questions. Do we have any way of tracking how much electric vehicle ownership there is in Brookline and what the trend is over time?
Yes, I've tried to do this internally, and I'll have to follow up with there's this weird caveat where electric vehicles, as they are registered with the town, I think that would be through the assessor's office. For some reason, Teslas do not count in the same category as all electric vehicle registrations. So it's not easy to go to the assessor's office and get a comprehensive number. What I can tell you is the trend in number of unique users that use the town's public charging and how it's been a linear trend upwards over the last 7 months as we all continue to see EV adoption grow. So we had originally gone from about 300 and something unique users relying on our chargers to over 500 unique users. And as we all know, 50% of Brookline residents are renters, including myself, and rely on those public chargers. So we've definitely seen a linear growth in that.
Great. And a related question, do we track the usage, installation by installation by installation by installation, so that we can compare, let's say installation A, where frequently less than a third of the stations are actually in use at any given time of day, versus B, where they are often all in use, and people sometimes complain to the town that we need to put more there. And do we adjust accordingly? And I don't want to cause anybody to think I'm advocating this, but do we at least are we open to the possibility that sometimes there might be more than the needed number of stations in parking lots where we could really use a few more parking spaces for non-EV vehicles? And are we open to the possibility that we'll make adjustments in that direction as well?
Yes. I mean, we're all aware of locations in town where I think there was great support to increase EV charging access, and there might be more stations in the Fuller Street lot and Kent Webster Street lot than are currently needed, given the uptake of EV adoption. But however, the counter to that, as you brought up, are locations like Center Street East and the Babcock Street parking lot, which are extremely heavily utilized. You look at a map of Brookline and you'll obviously understand why. That's the closest location. And I'm working on a grant right now with Commissioner Shute and Director Vecchio about putting in a extremely fast 250 kilowatt station through a CFI grant, and other possibilities of expanding charging in those locations because of how highly utilized they are. I do have data on that. I don't have it offhand, but Town Hall qualitatively very highly utilized, even though we have 8 ports out there, and then Center Street East and Babcock, since they only have 2 each. Hopefully there's no fighting, but I can definitely, I definitely know there's a lot of people who are looking to use those locations.
You understand, with a level 2 charger, it takes a long time to charge a vehicle, hours.
Your point is,
David.
My point is that that if a charger is occupied, it's going to be occupied for a long time, and somebody who comes along is going to have to wait a long time for it.
yeah. And my question was about observed instances where on a routine basis, like half or 2/3 of the stations aren't used. So,
Oh, sure,
yeah.
there will be
Yeah.
times that.
Okay,
that's
And
true.
I would say that that's true with the there's 20 charging ports in Fuller Street parking lot, and the utilization data, those are not town owned, those are Green Spot owned. But that is a conversation I'm having with internally about how we can reallocate those spaces to better match the demand.
I'm really glad to hear that. That's great.
Absolutely.
You've
Good.
talked. You've talked about looking at town-owned parcels for expanding the overall footprint for these charging stations. Have you explored public-private partnerships? Perhaps there are private entities that would very cost-effectively or ideally free welcome having a charging station. Maybe they see it as a way to increase their business to some degree.
Great question. I have explored it. I created a vendor profile on Stop and Shop just to try to make that happen, and it ultimately did not pan out. because I think Stop and Shop would be one particular location that has a large parking lot on Harvard Street that could, but yes, I'm open to exploring private partnerships, but the one concern that I have that I, in addition to other members of my team have, is the ability to control price, and the impact that has on both Brookline residents and the adoption of EVs. We are seeing that private partner ownerships, although are appealing because the upfront costs are sometimes zero, when the stations become live, you see prices that are well above and beyond what might be actually affordable to an owner who's looking to use their EV frequently enough.
Can that sometimes be built into a contract with a private entity where you say for X number of years, it's going to be indexed to being neutral, cost neutral, or whatever it might be?
I can't say confidently yes, but I know that the conversations I've had, it's hard to get them to commit to that because of the fluctuating electricity costs and the general price changes we all see with inflation. So it is certainly something that would be in the contract. It's just what private company would be willing to commit for how many years at a certain price point, given the fluctuation in energy costs.
Okay, thank you. Assuming there are no other questions, I'd like to call the question. And we're talking about increasing the charging fee to 35 cents per kilowatt hour. I move approval. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
I didn't know if Taz wanted to specify.
right, this-
That's just at the parks location.
Yep, it's just at these new parks locations, at these parks locations, and then you're setting the overstay fee of $10 an hour after 30 minutes too.
Just at the park location.
Yes, again.
Okay.
And I'm, yes.
Mike Simon,
I'm sorry.
we're voting.
Aye.
And you know what we're voting on.
Yes.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Nice to see you all.
Thanks, Sam.
Next up, and this is going to be a long discussion, I assume, Human Services Gap Analysis and Recommendations. I guess the gal Reese is on Zoom.
Hi, good evening.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Oh, there you are. Hello.
Good evening. Segal Reese, Director of Public Health and Human.
Okay, but they got a chance to use my gavel. Okay, Ms. Reese, please discuss the report that you provided us and where we go from here.
Sure, thank you. Segal Reese, Director of Public Health and Human Services. Thank you for having us here tonight. Also here from the department is John Kaczynski and Leslie Archibald. About a year ago, we contracted with Curlick Strategic Advisors to really understand the landscape around human services in our community and surrounding areas, identify the gaps, and then come to you in the community with some recommendations on how to address those gaps. So I'm actually going to transition for the presentation over to Curlick Strategic Advisors and introduce Tracy Curlick and Marcus Alcon to start us off with the presentation, and then the team of all of us will be here for questions and discussion.
Perfect. Tracy, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Marcos, are you going to put up the abstract?
Yes. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
There's a few other people in addition. Segal mentioned John Klaczynski and Leslie Archibald, but we also have Dr. Charlie Homer here, who is the chair of the Advisory Council on Public Health and has been instrumental in hearing the results of this project through at least 3 successive phases. Background secondary research, provider research, and a resident survey, which we'll talk about shortly. We also have the pleasure of having Ruth Ann Doback here, who was very helpful in guiding us on the impact human services have for seniors in Brookline, a discussion that you heard before with the age-friendly communities. As Segal noted, in August of 2023, there was a request for professional assistance to conduct this human services assessment and gap analysis. We started in October and are finishing in the end of this month on August 31st. We've done a number of these projects nationwide, and what we're looking at with this human services assessment and gap analysis is looking at demographic and diversity data with a focus on low-income residents, and what human services and utilization have been with a 360-degree review of looking at secondary research, current and prior studies, articles specific to human services, extensive interviews and surveys of providers, and a very significant effort to get input that was quite successful with residents. And we'll go into some of these details. We're looking at what are the strengths and weaknesses of human services available to residents, specific with an eye to health equity and any possible disparities. Our definition of the two key terms of gaps in these human services is human services that residents had trouble accessing or receiving, and related barriers, or the reasons why they said these services were problematic. If you can move this down, Marcos. The 10 services were early childcare, and this was stratified by infants, which is the most severe gap, toddlers, and then preschoolers. Education and training, employment assistance, food insecurity assistance, housing support, language access, legal support, mental health, oral health, and primary medical care. We can tell you right now the most throughout all of the phases, the secondary research, the provider survey and interviews, and the extensive resident surveys and focus groups, and will come as no surprise. And we heard from one of the presenters that, like most Brookline residents, he rents, is housing support and the high cost of housing support in the area. Second was early childcare. This is the most costly state in the country for childcare, and it's a major impediment to women being employed. And it's really significant at lower income levels. Third and emerging was primary medical care, an interesting emerging gap given the education focus of medical care in Brookline. But this is at the primary level, family practice, pediatrics, internists, and also related is home visitation. The populations we looked at throughout were low-income residents living at or below 200% of federal poverty level, basically 30,000 annual income and below. Although for housing and early child care and primary medical care are three big gap services, we expanded this to 300% or 50,000 and below, because of the cost of living and the fact that many of them had gaps also. Our resident survey that Marcos will discuss included all income levels, but we really focused and oversampled on these populations. The other one was communities of color, disabled residents, any kind of disability. This could be anything from a physical disability to cognitive, hearing, vision, activities of daily living, the LGBTQ community, seniors, interestingly defined as 60 years of age and more, which most of the age-friendly communities and a lot of benefits start seniors at that age, not the 65 that most people think of, because of Medicare. And there are areas like one of the programs you'll hear about, PACE, or program for all-inclusive access to care that starts at 55, and veterans. Marcos, if you could talk about the resident input and the community connections.
There I am. Okay, thank you for that, Tracy. So for our resident input, we developed a sample frame at a 95% confidence level with a 5% statistical margin of error. So that led to a total sample frame of 382 residents that would be required to be collected to ensure that the population is representative of what the town of Brookline looks like. And of course, that was broken down by race, ethnicity, age, different other components. That was our shining beacon as we were collecting all of our resident input. 382 was our goal. We ended up at 460, 20% over our goal. So we collected well above and beyond, ensuring, as Tracy said, that we oversample some of our pocket populations. Our Black African Americans, our Hispanics, they were our targeted populations to ensure we oversample them. We had 30 provider surveys, 27 key informant interviews, and 4 focus groups comprising of a total of 25 participants. Those focus groups were with seniors, veterans, BIPOC, and Spanish-speaking groups. All of that combined ended up being a total of 542 community touches. So it really was a well-rounded level of input from different segments and pockets of the population to ensure that, again, it was representative of the town of Brookline residents. So, Tracy.
We're going to go to the overall ask and the request and what we came up with as far as pro formas for what were 10 different priority areas. And then we do have a brief presentation that shows you some of the displays that we have shared with definitely leadership at Segal's department, but also with the Charlie's group of the advisory council. Our total recommendations, we did both a bottom-up review of priorities with a lot of detail behind this, which is currently going through Segal's department to be reviewed and edited, and we have spreadsheets for each one of these pieces. But our recommendations ended up from bottom-up development, impacting 43% of Brookline residents, or almost 27,000 people, and the cost at $1,173,676. This was for residents that, as we stated, live at or below 300% of the poverty level. The solution set's about $44 per resident. Now, we do have some ideas, not only for other funding sources, many of whom we talked to. I know Kara Bruton is also on this call, and we had an interview with her about ways we could possibly defray that. And these things are heavily impacted by what the federal government might do. So I will talk about some of those. We had 2 overarching themes of awareness, access, and eligibility. Unlike many other communities, the issue here wasn't so much awareness, particularly with residents that lived in the lower income levels, the 200% federal poverty level and below. They knew what these services were. They weren't sure if they were eligible for them. Now, those people that were 30 to 50,000 often weren't aware of them or definitely did not think they were eligible, although they could be. Now, this is not an easy thing to figure out. I know I told this in one of Charlie's presentations, and the group responded, they were aware of this. You don't lack for directories. You have directories for almost every one of these services. You have them for populations. The problem is it's almost information overload. And these services change. They're very flexible or dynamic. And so the clearinghouse is something that takes a lot of work for a resident to try to figure out. And we had some discussions with the advisory council and with leadership on, would residents want to know everything they might be eligible for, or just what they were seeking at that point? And that is different by different population levels and different communities, particularly communities with a language other than English. So one of the solutions that we talked about, and a possible vendor, but not chosen, but it's where we were able to get a quote, is Unite Us. There's another one called Find Help. And they build search engines or electronic clearinghouses of human services and or population directories into a central database. A navigator or a coordinator that would work in the town of Brookline Department of Public Health and Human Service would function as a hub in a regional referral system and work with spokes to other departments or agencies. So as an example here, you would first build this electronic directory. You might say, they're using Ruth Ann on the line, you have a hub of town of Brookline, and then the senior service directory could be within this central database, and they would be a major spoke. There would be the opportunity to have different languages in these electronic directories. But the key difference here, and why you have people like Unite Us and Find Help coming into existence, is these are distinct by being closed loop referral tracking systems. An open loop is you make the referral, maybe you hear back the client or resident went there, maybe you don't. A closed loop does track it. They track, did they attend? And if it's a series of treatments, for instance, somebody getting home visitation, how many times did they attend? They track the cost of it and the units of it, which allows you to have a lot of information on what services people are using, what are the demographics of the people that are using them, and what is that actual impact that you're making versus what you estimated. Paired with this is a benefits calculator. A benefits calculator allows either at the spoke or at the hub, social workers or navigators to help a resident figure out what are they eligible for. Again, no easy feat here. You would think that that would be, you put in, I'm a person that lives by myself, I'm this age, I have this annual or monthly income, and I may or may not have a disability or chronic disease. This all changes. Is it a federal benefit? Is it a state benefit? States are usually monthly, federal are annual, and they change. So these overarching pieces are really the core of what the request is or the priorities are. We do have service-specific ones based on those gaps I already discussed with you. There are 3 that require some expenditure, and it's not my place. This would be Segal working with you to figure out when these get budgeted, what is that fiscal year, and what goes through this. Housing assistance, #1 gap by far. And discuss this with Kara and also with Aaron Shute on Department of Public Works. Tenancy stabilization here, and Kara educated me, is restricted in Massachusetts to low-income deed restricted households. They are not resident specific, but what we did at a high level was estimate what that impact might be and who would be the most affected or supported by it. The two are tenancy stabilization, otherwise known as helping people who are in danger of getting evicted. That became a real issue with post-COVID. The issue with that and the problem is people usually rise with this as a problem when it's just about to happen, and that's kind of late. The earlier you can get into that tenancy stabilization, there is a process. Utility assistance here would be water and sewer and helping with those payments. The next highest one is seniors. Here's Ruth Ann's category. We had 3 areas that she felt were the priority: food insecurity for elders, transportation assistance, and a very important social isolation program support for those seniors who really are in danger because they are loners or isolated in their homes. The last one that has expenditure attached to it, and this one there's some open negotiation, is for these women who, particularly low income, who cannot afford a child care center. You have a real crisis in Massachusetts with early child care, particularly if they're infants. This would be 0 to 15 months. And many women then say, I'll use family, friends, neighbors, or I will not work. And the infants really need critical infant stimulation and education courses at that point in their life. And both Boston Children's and Boston Public Schools had said they would be able to offer this. Boston Children's potentially could offset that cost. They said that would be a negotiated discussion. Now you do have then these health issues of oral, dental health, primary health, mental health, and disabled services. And here there are 2 levels of programs that are possible resolutions. What is listed is at no extra cost. This is where the overarching benefits calculator and eligibility come into play. You have a program known as PACE, Program for All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly. It provides social and health services for both seniors, 55 and older, and disabled to keep them in their home so that they don't go into nursing homes. And this is something that even some of the communities, and I know Dr. Homer had connected us to Amy Schechtman in the Two Lives community. They say very few people know about this. They have trouble navigating to become eligible. And this is something they really feel the clearinghouse and the benefits calculator could help people be aware of. There are even more expansive programs, and we did talk through Brookline Housing Authority to 2 of the community health centers, Dimmock and Fenway, about their federally qualified health centers. They offer similar wraparound services for medical, dental, oral, disabled. And there, you don't have to be in the elderly population. The other caveat with PACE is these are dual eligibles. They're Medi-Medis, Medicare and Medicaid. And with FQHCs, you could just be Medicaid, you could be uninsured. It's a much more expansive program. And then one last thing, Marcos, if you can go down a little, just a little bit to show the total line. In food assistance, just so you're aware, this is also one that is helped with the eligibility clearinghouse and calculator. One specific program that Mass Health, which is your Medicaid, is wanting to promote through this is a nutrition prescription program where people with Medicaid that have metabolic disorders, diabetes, obesity, any number of those, get food paid for. And this has been a pretty unknown program, and they said particularly in the Boston metropolitan area, and they would like to see more people in this particular area. And you see the SNAP use rate, overused, if you will, compared to the percentage population in Brookline by Black, underused white, Hispanic, and Asian Pacific. And this is where you have the term SNAP gap. SNAP is Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or food stamps. And there are, it's about a 13% difference between who's eligible and who may actually be using it in Massachusetts. In Brookline, Mass Health had some of this information, as did SNAP. It is closer to a 30% gap. Here's where people may be eligible, probably are, but aren't aware or can't negotiate all the paperwork to get this done. So our final conclusion here is, again, 27,000 rounded up residents. We have it at 1,173,676. However, with some negotiation, Boston Children's, also with the Unite Us or the Find Help, we have means to get that right under 1 million, and 43% of the residents. That 43% does square with your percent of the population that is at 300% of federal poverty level, or roughly 50,000 and below. So we do have a presentation that, Segal, if you want us to display the heat map.
I thought that was your presentation.
Good. Well,
time here.
You're running out of time. I thought that was your presentation.
Well, we've been waiting. Okay, that's our presentation.
Segal, do you want to add anything to sort of sum up, what it is that you're recommending?
Sure. And I hope the select board got a copy of the PowerPoints, can see some of the visualization of that abstract. So appreciate that patience. So yeah, I think looking at the recommendations, really thinking about connecting to existing services, but also adding some more spokes to that wheel with some of these recommendations to help fill some of the gaps to connect residents to the human services we identified. I think nobody's surprised to see housing and early childcare high on that list, identified as the highest need, but that there are also other categories, and having somebody, a person to connect to that, but also having the tools to help them make those connections. And then some additional new resources that we've identified here in the report. But really want to open it up for questions, and why we have KSA here to help us answer them. And as she said, really inclusive, not only we're talking to many other departments, but really a lot of touches with community members and really representative data. And I have to say thank you. I'm sorry I didn't see Dr. Homer on the list. I was trying to look through the attendees. So he has been very helpful, and the Advisory Council of Public Health also saw a more extended version of this and has really been informative for us through the process.
Could you specifically talk about which I think is the main recommendation, a human services coordinator, navigator coordinator, much longer.
Yeah, I think it's a good starting point. I think really when I got here, there was really a push to try and understand what can the town do. So really working with KSA, I tried to really focus, there are a lot of other services out there that we can better connect to, but what is really the best first sort of step for the town to take to make those connections. So a lot of back and forth to try and understand what is the best use of our obviously limited resources. So I think it's the coordinator to be that hub to start to make those connections, but also giving them the tools such as the United Health or the Find Help clearinghouses that were described as the tools to create that access. And then really interested also in the benefits calculator. Those are the two, A and B, in the overarching recommendations. Again, to provide those tools to allow this individual navigator coordinator, and we would obviously work with through the town systems to develop that position in detail, but understanding that those tools would be really beneficial to connect to all these. And I think nothing specific to Brookline, human services tend to be very difficult to navigate and siloed. And so having that hub to connect to all those spokes, I think would be very valuable with those tools to address it.
Sorry. Yeah. No. Hey, David.
Yeah, it's just a quick question. Thank you very much for your presentation. I noticed that among your potential responses, you talk about awareness, particularly awareness of PACE, the program for all-inclusive care of the elderly. And that comes up in the context of mental and dental care, mental and primary care. Can you talk a little bit more about how you would go about raising awareness for this program and perhaps provide an overview of what the program would include?
I can certainly answer this, and then Ruth Ann, if you have any intelligence on this, I know you deal with it quite a bit. PACE again is for a subset that is very sought after by Medicare Advantage. It's a Medicare and Medicaid program joint, and this is a very high cost population. And so the Medicare plans that are largely commercial here, Medicare Advantage, join with Medicaid, which is a federal state program, and they seek out these individuals. They highly market for this. The problem is they may market for them, but those elderly or disabled residents have such trouble still in navigating this. Anyone who signed up for a Medigap plan will see those issues, let alone a Medi-Medi or dual eligible. The programs covered are a broad variety. These are the ones you see on television commercials a lot. I get a certain zip code and I get food, I get transportation, I get wraparound services like translation, and even some of them will help with housing maintenance. Definitely they cover primary medical care, oral health, mental health. And so they're really comprehensive programs. They're very similar to federally qualified health centers that will cover just Medicaid or any kind of insurance for lower income individuals. But PACE really responds to elderly that have both Medicare and Medicaid.
And if I may just add, I know, Tracy, in some of our conversations in talking with the organizations such as senior housing in the community that have these programs in the facilities, one thing that they struggle with is helping people navigate and get enrolled and know about it. So having somebody on the town side to assist with that, because it's not necessarily residential based, right? Correct me if I'm wrong here.
Correct.
You don't actually have to live
right.
at the senior housing. You can be any resident and take advantage of this program within the community.
And they prefer you to stay in your house. That's one of the big aims of PACE. And so there they don't have a logical connection to a adult like assisted living community or independent living community.
Jazz, you had something to say?
Yeah, a couple questions. With the clearinghouse and the network system, is that something? Just a question that David often asks. Is that something we might consider working in a partnership with a nonprofit to develop? I know we rely on nonprofits. For example, we have our MOU with the center, the mental health center, for work on that front. Is there an ability to utilize those existing connections to potentially develop that or manage that process?
Segal?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something we could explore. I also want everybody that's involved with it has to be on board to put in that information for us to be able to track it. So I think sort of all entities need to be on board, but who leads it, I think can be a discussion question.
Right.
And there are also some federal grant dollars that can support it.
Right. I think that's the other portion of it. With early childcare and family, friends, neighbors, was there any discussion about the licensing issues? I mean, one of the biggest things that we run into in trying to figure out how to work with early childcare is that Massachusetts's licensing regime is so strict.
Right.
EEC runs a very tight ship. There is no, as far as I know, family, friends, neighbors license. The only license that's available to folks would be for the family in-home care for less than 10 children. And that requires getting certified. There's $100 fee. There's classes you have to take. There's no, that as far as I'm aware of, there's no less arduous means of certifying childcare providers in any sort of informal fashion. Are there, in your discussion with Boston Children's, did that issue come up? You know, what was the response there?
Well, that's a good question. That's why they restricted it to a lower amount of residents. These would be residents that couldn't afford a early child care center, and they also can't get in. There's too much of a waiting list. The vouchers are meaningless because they expire. And so this isn't even a center in a house. This would be individual family, friends, or neighbors. But Boston Children's is getting certified to be able to offer that. Brookline Public Schools was interested, but they hit the licensure issues and they deferred to Boston Children's.
Thank you.
Now, the other answer to the early child care that's looming is if the child care tax credit could come back. That would make a big difference. That would make about 50% or more of the population be able to access it.
Hey, John?
I'm just seeking some clarification on what we've heard in this presentation. There is on page 11 of the select board presentation, a table, and it shows some projected costs of a number of programs, priorities, housing, early child care, oral health care, et cetera. And it shows a total of $1,173,676. Is that money to be, if the recommendations are taken as presented, is that money to be budgeted in fiscal year 26? Excuse me.
Well, Segal, do you want me to attempt this or do you want to take it?
I think this is the start of the discussions of what it might cost, and we need to pick. I think we need to go through our budget process. Is that? I don't think it's a proposal yet. Right. I think this is our first time presenting it for feedback.
Okay.
And we tend to make the final report.
The thought was, from what I understood, that the overarching ones were priority because they take time to get done, although, as you already heard, they could be grant supported, but the specific service ones would go through the budgetary process.
And the overarching ones are the ones that are at the top of this table.
Correct.
And I see mention of this Unite Us. And would that be a contractual service that would be provided to the town?
That is a contractual service, as is Find Help. We went to them because we know them. They're the two best known services nationally, and we could get a quote. That doesn't mean that's who you would pick. And it doesn't mean some constituents have developed their own database.
Yeah. And I'm glad you answered as you did, because I was just going to ask our town administrator, wouldn't we have to go out, put that out to bid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're using existing, getting an estimate from an existing vendor to kind of estimate what the cost might be if we were to go out and get those bids.
Hey, Paul?
Yes, thank you. Could you do me a favor with the visual aid and put that chart back up? You had it up and then you took it back down. The one with the services. I wanted to drill in a little bit into it seems like the number one or the largest one is the housing. It's really small. You need to expand it for my bad eyes, but it's I think it's the the housing assistance.
Yeah.
It would impact 589 or something residents, 700,000+, and it's broken out into tenancy stabilization and utility assistance. Could you break out stabilization and utility assistance? What's the number? If you were to separate those, do you know how that 736 would be allocated?
Yes, this is 63% of the overall budget request or the estimates. So you're right, it is by far the largest, where seniors would be next. Actually, the overarching is next and then seniors. Tenancy stabilization is $500,000 of that. The utility assistance is, anywhere between 150 and 200. Now, Kara Bruton, who I did discuss with this, and Aaron in the Department of Public Works for utility assistance, there are some ways that this also could be impacted by federal legislation. Some of this is dependent on our current politics, but these housing and early childcare are heavily in play in current federal legislation that's going through. So you could really lower this one considerably. And then there is also, to Charles's question about a nonprofit, there is about 128,760 that is offered through a nonprofit in tenancy stabilization, but that's capped. So,
Okay, so
this is one of these areas that could be reduced.
So yeah, I was trying to understand, not really a strategy to reduce it, just understand. So if I heard you, about 500,000 is stabilization, tenancy stabilization, and then 200,000 or so is utility assets. And I thought I heard you say that was limited to water and sewer, because that's within our control. So we do have some programs that we do that directly. The 500,000 would need to go through a third party, right? We can't allocate rent stabilization directly. Now, we've done this a little bit this year, right? I believe we allocated money perhaps from ARPA and the Housing Trust Fund
Yeah.
to do some rent stabilization with a third party. And Sigal, do you remember what that, or Chaz, do you remember what that amount of money was?
200 and some odd.
I thought it was 128,760.
Yeah, so it's around 200,000 is my recollection, but we'll get the final numbers for utility, and it was a one-time payment through ARPA. And
I'm
then
sorry, I meant the rents, I meant the stabilization.
Yeah, on the tenant stabilization front, my recollection is that with the Affordable Housing Trust, we allocated 200 and some odd thousand on that front.
To CDC.
Yeah.
Work with.
Kara is saying, why don't you come up, Kara?
And they work through Metro West.
Right, to develop in this program with Metro West, right?
Okay. But so let me get to so now I understand the landscape here. I don't recall how many residents they actually affected with that 200,000, but I thought it was a lot less than this number. This 589, I don't know how that breaks out between, do you know what the 589 is for tenancy stabilization?
What portion of that is versus utility assistance, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is probably around 200.
So 200 would be the tenancy stabilization for
Right. The larger number would be the utility assistance in number of residents, but not in dollars.
Okay. All right. That's really helpful. So the utility assistance we can do direct, because that's within our control, because we're essentially the utility for water and sewer. And then rent stabilization, like we did earlier this year, we'd have to go through a third party in order to administer that. And that would affect about 200 residents, you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And just so you know, Paul, we do have detail of all that.
I have a question for Chaz or maybe Joe. Even though we are the utility for water and sewer, does that give us the ability to provide subsidy or whatever it is to private individuals?
No, that's unfortunately that big issue that we encountered when trying to deal with the senior tax exemption is that absent home rule authority, we cannot set preferential rates for people.
Okay,
so we do it today, though.
We do what?
We do it today.
We have the program that's grandfathered in, but that doesn't serve very many people.
That's the senior tax.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm wondering why we have utility assistance down here as a program, since if we can't do it.
Well, I think the thought of this is to think about where the needs are, right? And then, if it turns out that we can't do it, then we'd be trying to be creative and figuring out solutions. And I think too, we have to be cautious.
No, this is just
for like water and sewer.
Strictly? Yeah.
Or just all, but for example, and
that was a separate program.
And I think too, when you think about these in the abstract, for example, the priority on seniors with transportation assistance, when we've gone out to get the bids for that, the cost that we were quoted was $1.4 million over 3 years. Now we got to figure out how to, you know, these are estimates and they're kind of being built out. But when we go out to actually see what the potential costs are, those may change depending on what's available to us, the vendors that provide these services, and so forth.
Mike, you have your hand up, or you just?
Well, I'm just thinking that the Brookline Mental Health Center, Brookline Center, gets funding from the Brookline Community Foundation, some of which originated with ARPA. And so that is a third-party assist for rental assistance, but it's very specific. Somebody needs $500 or $800 or something to cover a shortage for rent. It's nothing like the more or less $2,500 per person that would be required if there are 200 people and a $500,000 need. But the same kind of mechanism could work for really any kind of assistance if we route it through a grant to a community foundation.
Yeah, assuming that we can use the grant money for that purpose, which we could with ARPA.
Right, right. Well, and we can, you know, if we wanted to build that into our own budget, we could do that as well. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just offering that as the mechanism.
I guess so. Okay. Let's see, I don't see Paul's hand up. I don't see anyone else's hand. So thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of work coming
Yeah,
through for a huge amount of effort, and really the capstone of a lot of, you know, work being done to identify needs and then connect needs to the services. So the additional information that's been generated as a result of this, the next step on the staff side is to look through this and try and figure out, as part of the budget process, where and how this fits in, mindful as we are that FY26 is going to be a tough year and we need to figure this out.
Okay, and also I'd like to just note that, you know, we used to have a Health and Human Services Department. The Human Services Director was appointed as our Chief Diversity Officer. Human Services sort of haphazardly have been carried out through various departments, and, you know, contracting with the Brookline Center and other organizations. So this is an effort to sort of get back in the business of helping our residents with social service issues, or issues, you know, in the category of social services. So it's important, but we have to do it right. So thank you. Mike.
I just want to say that I know that you folks felt like you got cut short, perhaps, but the slides that we have that you presented and what we have in our packet represents an enormous amount of very well put together information. I don't want you to feel like you haven't gotten the message across, because it's here and we can see it.
Oh, good.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on to our next item, which is goals and objectives of the select board.
Have update.
Warrant articles.
Planning our.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
Then we got.
yep, my notes are not up to date. Yes, Kara Bruton. Please talk to me about warrant articles that are on the horizon.
I will. Let me get the presentation going, and then I'll be right there. Making sure we can see everything. Yeah, thank you. So my name is Kara Bruton. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development. I'm here tonight to update you all with the work plan that our department has for this fiscal year. Some of these slides you'll remember. They may be dusty, but you'll remember from this past spring during budget season. I am going to tonight focus just on the work that somewhat relates to zoning, that as we lead up to the warrant article deadline in about 3 weeks. So a couple slides reminding you what our top objectives were for this fiscal year. Then I'm going to share some data with you that might be of particular interest related to preserving middle income housing stock. That's something that the community has talked about that's in your draft select board objectives. And so I thought it might be a good time to preview some initial data points that might be of interest to you all. Thirdly, want to kind of map that select board direction related to preserving some housing types with some of the zoning warrant articles, both past, present, and future, kind of how that works. I have 2 articles then that will very quickly mention that are aimed to primarily just avoid conflict with state statute. And then finally, an article summary that would amend the lighting and sign bylaw to be a little bit more flexible for our businesses and nonprofits related to signage, as well as add some lighting regulations for residential properties. And that piece was brought to us by some town meeting members and residents in South Brookline much earlier this year, and we've been working with them and can fold that into the law as well. So I just wanted to thank people that come to us early. We can work with them and make things happen. This presentation is on the website linked here, so brooklinemay.gov/3826, along with all of the current draft warrant articles that I'll be going over. As a brief reminder, there's 4 kind of touchstones for our mission: community well-being, the regional housing crisis, racial inequities, and the global climate emergency. You've also seen this slide before this past spring. These are different objectives that we have that meet multiple policy goals, have documented community support, and our efficient use of our staff and other resources. I'm adding to that, since you last saw this, a little bullet point, since we are continuing to work on the Affordable Housing Overlay District feasibility with a subcommittee of the Housing Advisory Board. This also came from a resolution of town meeting that is slowly progressing, but it is work that we are continuing to do this fiscal year. That kind of white line that you see there, it's dividing what we're going to get done this fiscal year versus things that we probably don't have time to get to. They also don't have significant community support to move forward. And we believe that they would make much more sense for us to tackle after the comprehensive plan at least is largely underway, if not completed. So for example, thinking about Beacon Street design standards, and the second example here is broadly expanding the accessory dwelling unit allowances. Those 2 things we think need a lot more community discussion before bringing forward. So this is one of the draft objectives that you all have been working on, and it's in the packet tonight. And that is to develop, implement, and regularly report on preservation strategies for existing middle income and workforce housing stock. So I just want to show a couple data points that might be of interest related to that. Tonight, I'm just going to, touch on this, talking about the relative value, looking at that by housing type in Brookline. So some of this you've probably seen before. I'm sorry, Tiffany, can you move the caption just a little bit? There's never a good place, I'm sorry. Thank you. So some of this data you've probably seen before with the annual tax assessment conversations. Average single family dwelling unit is assessed at 2.67 million. If we look at 2 or 3 family housing structures in what the assessed value per unit is, the average is 987,000, so just under $1 million. By the way, this is very similar to the average condo assessment, which is like 930,000. And then at the bottom here is the average per unit assessed value for apartment multifamily rental properties, which is about 538,000. And just for a couple benchmarks, I thought it might be of interest to compare that 2 or 3 family average and the apartment average with different area median income levels, just to give you a taste. There's all different ways we could look at this. This example is just looking at, a 2-person household. So we could also look at 5, 6, 7, 8 people household, and the numbers would change. But basically, a 2-person household that can afford an average 2 or 3 family unit is about 186%, so almost double the area median income is what they would need to make an income in order to purchase that single unit. So that's like 242,000 annual income for the household. Similarly, that 538,000 kind of benchmark is 163%, 1.5 times the area median income in order to afford a $500,000 unit. And that's equivalent to an annual income for the household of around 160,000. So one thing that I think a lot of residents have expressed and we have seen in action, and you all, I've heard talk about this, is we have seen in the past 2 or 3 family, fairly modest structures being torn down and replaced by the same number of units, but very large and very expensive. So we had that kind of intuitive thought that the 2 and 3 family housing stock was a type that we might want to focus on preserving to help with some more moderate, although still very expensive, housing stock in Brookline. And so when we think about, okay, well, where are these 2 and 3 family parcels located? It might be surprising. It was surprising to me to learn that 57%, a majority of the 2 and 3 family parcels, so this isn't zoning, this is where 2 and 3 family houses are in the multifamily M1 district. So our least dense multifamily district. The second most common is in our 2 family districts, which isn't as surprising, that 32%. A year ago, we filed in town meeting, passed by a wide margin, a zoning amendment for many of the 2 family districts that are in North Brookline. And that was in reaction to a lot of demolition pressure that we were seeing, weekly or monthly through Planning Board and Board of Appeals cases. After we passed, so what we did with the T5 north of Harvard district is we basically layered on a building envelope that people could build. And what that did is we saw a drop off of demolition cases in those neighborhoods. And we also, during the time as we were doing the zoning, saw 7 or 8 property owners that shifted from wanting to tear down that building to either adding on or making the structure that was there work. So we feel that was fairly successful, but the big asterisk is at the same time as a year ago, the interest rate started to go up. So until the interest rates start to go down again, we won't really know how successful that effort was. So we'll see. So that's one big area of the T districts. The next kind of largest cohesive T district, 2 family district, is in the Toxteth neighborhood. And this is work that actually has a long history of interest from the neighborhood in wanting to study more closely and figure out what they would like to see here. You can see by the different color schemes, but the basic history of more recent times, last 15 years or so, is that this is mostly a 2 family zoning area. This is near the Lawrence School. There was an effort to create a historic district. It started off proposed much larger. It's now just the pink area, the kind of bow tie 2-shaped areas that are connected by a corner. There was also a similar effort in that purple underlay to create a neighborhood conservation district, which did pass town meeting and then was thrown out by the courts for a long story reasons. A neighborhood conservation district basically gives neighborhoods like this the ability to add regulation in some cases, like what does a front porch look like, what does the roof line look like, without going necessarily so far as a historic district, which at least in Brookline and most of Massachusetts means you can't even replace the windows without Preservation Commission. So what we're hearing from this neighborhood is we want to see something in between. We'd like to see a little more regulation, but we don't want necessarily a historic district everywhere. And the other thing that we've heard from many town meeting members that live in this area is that they would like to see, guess what, a way to preserve the existing housing stock. And they would be open to perhaps adding the ability to add a unit in the basement or within the housing structure. So this is a very interesting neighborhood. We are going to be doing the first site walks with this neighborhood. We've been doing some analysis earlier this summer, now doing some site walks planned for this fall. That'll kick off. That work will probably take a year and a half. So this isn't coming to town meeting anytime soon, but it's something that I mentioned we would be working on when I met with you all last spring. And I just wanted to talk a little bit more about what that study is. So we've talked about zoning past, present, we're working on, and now for fall town meeting. Turning to the topic of the M1 district. So most of the parcels that have 2 and 3 family housing is in a multifamily M1 district. Looking at the data of parcels that are the most likely to end up selling to an investor. This work actually, I would say, started when I was working with the MBTA committee that you all appointed with Dick Benka and others, looking at the multifamily districts. And that's where we started kind of researching, where's the highest risk of quick change? And it was in one district, which was why ultimately the MBTA zoning did not include the M1 area, because we just weren't sure how fast things would change if we made it easier. So looking at all of the parcels of where's that, higher ratio of building area that could be permitted compared to what's existing. The higher that ratio is, the more likely someone's going to want to sell to capture that value of potential development. Where could we at least add one additional unit? And for the purpose of this, we use 1,000 square foot unit just to make math easier. We're also filtering out buildings that are not attached to other parcels buildings. So for example, there's a lot of what looks like row houses on Beacon Street. Those wouldn't be included in this most likely to be redeveloped because they're attached to other units on either side, probably not a high risk. And then again, parcels that are not in a local historic district, because buildings that are likely not going, the Preservation Commission is likely not going to allow it to be torn down. So kind of filtering out all of those pieces, they're almost exclusively in the M1 zoning district. So the most likely to be torn down, given market pressure, given what the zoning allows. So this is one example of one M1 family neighborhood. And what we happen to see here is 3 different examples. There's a 2-family at the top, there's a 3-unit condominium in the middle, and there's a 3-family at the bottom. You could imagine if you were allowed to have additional building area, which in this example, they certainly would. You can imagine that someone might want to add another unit, either by tearing down the existing 2-family, or perhaps we've gotten 3 or 4 calls from people that are residents of these areas and want to stay in their home, but would like to add a unit in the back. And they don't want it to be connected for, preference reasons, but also for livability reasons. They need to stay in the home while something's being added. But they are getting calls from investors who are saying, we would like to buy your home. Did you know that your home, your property is worth a lot more than you're using it for? So they're getting pressure to sell. But what we're hearing is they would rather stay. They would rather stay and have the flexibility to add a separate building rather than basically be incentivized to tear down the building and build multiple units at once. One of the issues that we're hearing is so the setback between, if there's 2 separate buildings in a multifamily district, our zoning says you have to have 60 feet between those 2 buildings. So this orange arrow is about 60 feet. So you can see that probably would preclude most of these size parcels to add a separate unit. However, our zoning allows, if you are all one ownership of the buildings, you can ask for relief by setback with the Zoning Board of Appeals. But if you want to condo your property, you cannot access that relief. So what this means is the existing zoning is further incentivizing people that own the 2-family to sell their property because they cannot access the same setback relief between buildings that basically an investor can if all buildings are kept in the same ownership. I'm going to pause there for a second because I know it's late and that's complex and we don't have to learn all of it tonight, but I want to make sure you understand the problem we're trying to solve.
John?
Yeah, thank you for pausing. My question is, it's one thing to sort of look at this as as a problem because an investor is, calling up and saying, did you know, I could offer you more than blah, 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 but they want to stay, but what is that investor contemplating doing?
From what we're hearing, but also from what we've seen in other M1 districts, is to tear down the unit. And it depends on what's allowed. Not every lot in M1 district is exactly the same, but doing some quick analysis, we think that there's about 60 parcels that are either single or 2 or 3 family that are the most susceptible, where the number of units that are there or the square footage of building that is there is much different than what could be allowed to be there by the zoning bylaw.
But the investor would then build what?
So for example, on a 2-family, this top example, you could tear down that building and build 8 or 9 units.
You could, because it's in an M district.
Because it's in an M district and we are silent on the number of units in the M district. What we do regulate is the floor area ratio, so the building square footage.
So I don't want to get myself into trouble, but from a policy perspective, is it in the interest of the town to block? I mean, to figure out ways to make sure that doesn't happen?
Which part? Go in which way?
The replacement of a 2-family situation with a 6-family situation.
Yeah. So to Linda's point earlier, it may be that during the comp plan process, after that conversation happens, there may be some neighborhoods that make sense to convert multifamily back to something like 3-family. That could be one possibility. There might be other neighborhoods that, like I was telling you about with Toxteth Perry, that are 2-family neighborhoods and maybe want to incentivize adding a unit. It could go either way with a comp plan. We are not recommending any big changes with the number of units that are allowed by zoning. This proposal is saying, let's at least keep the playing field level so that we're not encouraging people to sell to investors in this in-between time.
Okay.
Okay. So again, I'm just putting the benchmarks of the average single family. So these parcels that we're talking about are most likely to sell to an investor. The single family housing stock is pretty much below the townwide average, whereas the 2 and 3 family is, fairly split over that average.
Can you go back to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So therefore, it's going to go a lot faster after this next slide. We are looking at filing a warrant article for this fall with the goal of avoiding acute demolition pressure, especially middle income housing stock, which that's still to be defined, but you saw, this is certainly more moderately priced housing stock. In doing that by allowing someone who wants to condo a property, so one landowner, but possibly different owners of the buildings, to access the same special permit that an investor can access on a property today in the same way. In addition to that, kind of as a counterpoint to that, we would also like to add a basic tree canopy standard that would be required on site. Right now, the zoning language that talks about all of this talks about as long as you can show that light and air is about the same as what's there today, or what would otherwise be allowed, which isn't very well defined. So we think it comes down to having enough, not only usable open space, but also tree canopy to make sure that lots aren't overdeveloped, again, in this intermediate time period. Are we ready to move on?
Yep.
Okay. So
Actually, Paul has a quick question. Sorry,
Paul.
Kara.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I waved my hand. Bernard didn't see it. Kara, great job, by the way. This is really helpful. I want to make sure I understand on the top warrant article A. Warrant article A won't necessarily stop investors from buying these 2 and 3 families and tearing them down. It may, if that could still happen. There's people there that are going to put their house on the market, and an investor's going to buy it. They could still put up that 6-unit building, right?
Right.
Right. Okay, so we're not preventing anything. We're just saying for those people, which are probably few, that want to expand their building by adding a second building behind it. That's what this would allow, right?
Yep, basically allowing the option for an owner occupied parcel.
Right. So what does it take for us to prevent demolitions until the comp plan is done in these areas?
Joe's gonna kill me, but
No, I'm serious. Like, what is, because the one of the strong directives of the select board is to preserve, middle income housing. And that's a lot of what this is for the ones that haven't been taken and, gut rehabbed into $3 million condos. What does it take for us to prevent the wholesale demolition once interest rates fall down? And people start moving and selling, and investors buying? What can we do?
Yeah, so 2 answers to that: a longer term and a shorter term option that I'm seeing if Joe's going to guess what I'm going to say. The option that makes probably the most long term sense is through the comp plan, understanding of that existing housing stock. Does it make sense to the community? Do we, when we have the time to do significant outreach to property owners as well, to basically have the zoning better match the floor area that's there today. So right now in our M1 districts, basically, in many of those parcels, the zoning is allowing significantly more, like 1.3, at least those units, those properties I was showing you, it's 1.3 or greater square footage that's allowed compared to what's there today. So right sizing that floor area that's allowed would be one way to do that. A short-term option that's been done, it's been done throughout Massachusetts, it's been done in Brookline, is to have a temporary building moratorium. That is very rarely done. It is done, I have seen it the most in communities that have said, we have a water and sewer connection issue that's not going to be online for a year. We have to stop all demolition. Usually that moratorium also has some minimum cap. So again, thinking about infrastructure in more suburban areas, there's a building moratorium, but we're going to allow 40 units a year to be built. There's still an allowance of some new units to happen. The last time, one of the times that Brookline did that moratorium was for 6 months. It was for a very short time. And regulation wise and case law wise, we would want to be very clear and careful that we're mapping that building moratorium to an urgent and time-bound crisis, whether it's infrastructure or something, and then also doing a study to fix it.
Okay,
So yeah.
So I get that. I think we talked about that during the Harvard Street concerns about Harvard Street building like crazy. But you mentioned the importance of community engagement and hearing from the community and engaging with these communities. How much community engagement has actually been done on warrant article A?
None. I mean,
None.
barely any. Yep.
So we would bring that article to town meeting?
We are proposing, and this is part of the reason why we're here tonight, to hear from what you all think, but we are proposing to do this to at least get on the warrant, because if not, we predict we will see some tear downs in our M1 districts over the next 6 to 12 months. So it's a risk either way. We did this, for example, with the T5NH. There was enough community conversation about wanting to avoid demolitions that as we went through town meeting, there was a wide support to do that, even though there wasn't significant outreach done before the warrant article was filed.
So let me just say, to sort of alleviate that concern, I can appreciate that it's great to have a committee and a community engagement process and so forth, but there are 255 town meeting members plus us. And that's a pretty good sample of the community in terms of you have advisory committee review, a planning board review, and so forth. There's a lot of review that will occur with this article, even if you haven't done the preliminary work.
Yeah. And there's also a little bit of gamesmanship here. If this was talked about a year ago and we hadn't done anything, investors and people that would be willing to sell it to investors would line up with agreement with trying to freeze the zoning by filing any building permit.
Yeah.
So, when we're in a defensive measure, like the T5, like this,
Interesting comment. Yeah.
it's there's a reason to do it quickly.
Yeah. A little bit less notice is beneficial.
If the mission is to be defensive.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Okay. I'm going to only name these couple of things because we don't need to talk about them tonight, I don't think. The second warrant article that we're talking about has the same goal. It basically builds on the ideas and work that happened in the T5 NH district by basically defining what a peaked roof looks like. The planning board has said to us very clearly that they are so tired of permitting cube, flat top, 3-story buildings. It's most of what they see in the single SC and T districts, day in and day out. The neighborhood doesn't like it. Even the planning board members that love modern buildings agree that it's not usually in character with the neighborhood, although sometimes it is. And so they've been working with us and wanting to define 2.5 stories more broadly than just that T5 and H area. So this amendment would do so in the single family and 2-family districts.
So can I make a comment on that? So
Ask me.
I'm sorry. Can I make a comment on that, Bernard? Thank you. I've had a couple of conversations with folks who are attached to Brookline for Everyone, interested in Brookline for Everyone, and their view is that this is a downzoning. And they have what is essentially a competing warrant article that they're putting together. And I think myself that the nature of, and I've said to them, the warrant article that you're putting together is a political mistake, and you really need to think about this very carefully. But what is the answer to that comment that, well, this is downzoning? Because that will be asked.
So I would say for many parcels, if not most parcels, this will further restrict the building square footage that you can do on a lot. But it is not the same across all parcels. We haven't done that analysis. It would take a lot of geometry work on, a couple thousand parcels to say so. But that kind of thrown out tagline, does it further restrict what you can build on a property? Yes. Does that mean that it's true for every property? No, because there are many, many single family and 2-family parcels that already have buildings that are non-conforming with our zoning, that are above and beyond what's currently allowed by zoning. So it doesn't go the other way. It doesn't make it easier to build more. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that would be a very interesting discussion to have at town meeting.
But I think the other point that you've raised in the past is that just with warrant article A too, this is a defensive posture warrant article that until the work neighborhood by neighborhood really, and in conjunction with the comp plan with things like Toxteth Perry get done, this provides a blanket, a blanket, sort of a security blanket over the districts at large, and then allows district by district that kind of an analysis. And it may well be that those districts choose something else, right. And, come back to town meeting and say, what we want is that it's more in character with the neighborhood.
So wouldn't it be more sensible to put this in effect for a certain period of time? As opposed, because it does look, to somebody sitting outside as downzoning, and you're never going to change this, and the comprehensive plan is, going to leave it there.
So what's interesting about that concept is, in a way, it's kind of the reverse of a temporary building moratorium.
Yes, well, it is
temporary regulation moratorium.
Right, and I'm very much aware of that. Yeah. It's kind of a moratorium.
Yeah,
but it's a sunset.
Yeah, if I had to guess, which is not a good thing to do, I think that a majority of our planning board members feel confident enough that this would help their daily work and that it is more right than wrong. That doesn't mean that anybody during the town meeting process couldn't add that sunset clause, including you all.
Mhm.
And if it is too restrictive in some areas after the comp plan discussion, or, even during the comp plan discussion, there's the ability to look at certain neighborhoods and
Change,
ratchet back
yeah.
the other way. That's been happening for more than 100 years, in Brookline.
Okay.
David.
If the concern is about having too many cube buildings, was there any consideration about making 3.5 the limit?
No, not yet, I should say, because our existing zoning in these districts wouldn't permit, there's a height that wouldn't permit a 3.5-story building.
Oh,
Yeah, and Kara, didn't this come out of town meeting, a directive from town meeting to reduce demolitions from a warrant article that was filed by, I think, Nancy Heller? She wanted to put a moratorium in place. And this is a direct result of that, isn't it?
Yes, this is like the kind of the next round of what we did with the T5NH. This is something that's more broad, that's across the SSC and T, or a blanket, as Town Administrator Carey said. And again, our planning board is telling us we don't have the tools to regulate building forms that we think are appropriate to the neighborhood, that the neighbors think are appropriate to the neighborhood. And by the way, what we're seeing is existing fabric being torn down and not replaced by more units, not replaced by affordable units.
Right. And again, I just want to go back that a year ago or 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, this warrant article passed overwhelmingly. That was filed by Nancy Heller and a number of other people, which initiated this work. It's great that the planning department's going to make the planning board's work easier, but this was a directive from town meeting.
It is.
To do this, right? So this has already been through town meeting as a directive. Now, whether they accept it as a warrant article when it comes back, I mean, that's to be seen, but it's the work that you've done here is certainly as a result of a directive of town meeting.
Okay, should I move on?
go on.
Okay. So there's another warrant article. We're going to touch the Harvard Street zoning. The main reason is because the Attorney General flagged for us that uses like daycares cannot require a special permit. So we need to fix that. While we're touching the use table, we are recommending to add personal service uses, for example, hair salons, which right now are not included as uses allowed on the Harvard Street zone. Additionally, and this came up last fall, there was lots of conversation at advisory, especially with architects, about whether or not we should expand the list of allowed materials for the Harvard Street district. The planning board is now in a place where they have recommendations to make that, meet the spirit of what the community talked about, wanted, and passed, but it's very specific technical materials that might be needed, closer to the ground, or because of new materials that are available related to sustainability, that kind of thing. So that's that one. Also, in the category of avoiding conflict with state statute, we may or may not file a warrant article related to accessory dwelling units. We can skip the first half of that slide. We are working with town council staff to go line by line and figure out what's absolutely necessary for us to change prior to Springtown meeting in order to not be in direct conflict with the state law that was just passed a couple weeks ago. For example, the state law talks about not allowing that municipalities can't say that accessory dwelling units must be owner occupied. That's just one example. So we don't really want to touch much of the ADUs this fall, but we do want to make sure with town council that we are fixing what we really need to fix. It's in clear conflict with the state law, because this law goes into effect in February 2025, in a couple months. The law says that regulations may be drafted. Unlike the MBTA work, it doesn't say regulations will be drafted. So it could be a year before state agencies further define what they want to see here, or they may decide not to add any regulations. So this is a, fix only what we need to touch. So more to come on that. And then finally, I mentioned this at the very beginning of the evening. Our signage bylaw used to be called the lighting and signage bylaw. At some point over decades, the lighting piece of it disappeared from the zoning bylaw. And what we've heard recently over the last year or two, especially with some houses that have gone up that have long, windy driveways, maybe are set back from the road, they're concerned about security. So what happens, they put these large outdoor lighting holes on these properties, which then annoy the abutters. So we've been working with some residents and town meeting members on this since the early summer, along with the building commissioner, and have agreed to add some outdoor lighting regulations, again, focused on residential properties. In that same bylaw, we'd also like to make the signage standards a little bit easier, for example, so that this is, if you know where the spa is right over there, this is that block. This is a small little Benefitness sign for the fitness studio. And here is a little circular sign for, I think it was a financial agency. That's how small our signage allows for blade signs, which are perpendicular to the building. And this especially affects buildings that have, one facade, one building, but multiple businesses, in other words, small businesses in them. It makes it, that area is divided up amongst them all. So we want to tweak that and also look at the allowed height for building identity signs. So think of the hotel, think of Children's Hospital, think of BU. All three of those, I should say hotels, all of those uses have successfully asked for, gotten variances from the ZBA. They've always been granted. And so we would like to think about regulation that allows that without a variance, but in a responsible way.
David.
Regarding the outdoor lighting portion, given that the warrant article currently reads signage, would this be interpreted to mean lights that are a part of signs, or is it separate?
It would be separate. Historically, it was just happened to be in the same location because our small businesses, our businesses that go through the signage review they already include review, even though there's no standards, of like the gooseneck lights and things like that. So that's why historically they've been together, but the regulations can and do actually cover both residential and commercial properties.
Okay, I see Paul's hand is up.
Yep, thank you, Kara. Just on the lighting, I'm glad to see that something like this is coming forward. I just would ask that that we consider also those residential areas that abut commercial areas, G districts, L districts, because there's a lot of conflict there because the mixed use housing along Beacon Street, for example, will have high impact lighting on the sides or behind their buildings to light up their parking lots. And that spills over into, of course, the abutting residential properties. So if we can apply the regulations and make sure that it's not just for single families in South Brookline, it actually gets into these multi-use, mixed-use areas in North Brookline as well. That would be really beneficial.
Yeah, we would like to do that. I should say it's not just applied to single family in South Brookline. It's applying to all residential uses. We would like to also look again at the commercial standards, which the planning board does do fairly frequently. We have not started to look at that, but we are working with a resident who is a lighting expert. And so our hope is that if we can, get the residential stuff back on the books, then we can move forward to also taking a fresh look at how the planning board currently regulates lighting. And it would be great actually to work with town meeting members in, your areas, also Washington Square, places like that where those two uses come right up against each other.
Okay, there is a lot of conflict with those two uses. Thank you.
Mike.
So I wonder if I could get back to the changes in facades on Harvard Street. One of the things that we have to be very careful and guard against is effectively narrowing options on Harvard Street. I think that with all due respect to the planning board, there's a tendency to say, well, we'd really like to, have an opportunity to review things on Harvard Street. And yet we've labored mightily to put in by right zoning. So without going into too much detail on the changes, I just want to say that's a concern for me that I'd like to see. I'd like to know for sure that we're not tightening the options supposedly in the interest of aesthetics.
I'm glad you asked that because I was not clear. So this warrant article would only loosen what you can do on Harvard Street. It would add more uses that are allowed. It would make a use that's now allowed by special permit, allowed by right, and it would allow more exterior material types to be used.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kara.
That's it. Thank you for your time.
And these are warrant articles that you will submit?
Yes.
Without our
I
permission?
don't hear an outpouring of how dare you file that now, but that is why we are here tonight. So
Okay.
just want to put that out there.
No such.
Now's your time to stop us.
Okay.
The one thing I would be really concerned about is that roof line. And it's you're going to have a clash. It's inevitable.
I agree with.
Wait a minute, I thought we were ending this discussion.
Wait a
Okay,
second.
David, quick.
I agree with Mike on that
Okay, you
one
agree with
because
Mike.
I'm
John?
I'm a bit concerned about what will appear like down zoning. And with Warrant Article A, the goal is to essentially have an even playing field between an owner occupier and an investor. But with Warrant Article B, that doesn't sound like having a neutral playing field. So I worry a bit about the balance there. So maybe if we could look a bit more on that one.
Do I
Okay,
hear a third?
John?
And this is a question for staff. If it isn't already added to the packet and the agenda for this meeting, could we make sure that that presentation is added to the agenda for this meeting?
Can I ask which article you're talking about, not moving? I'm confused now. You just, it sounds like Mike and David are actually suggesting that we not do something. Which one are you talking about?
Warrant Article B about the 2.5 stories. So in an effort to avoid.
The one that was explicitly directed by town meeting, David, that voted overwhelmingly to support that directive. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think there will be people concerned about it. Yes, just saying, look at it.
I'm sure there'll be people concerned about it, but this warrant article is a direct result of a vote by town meeting. So
Well, there was a vote by, hang on, there was a vote by town meeting to do that in a certain area.
to restrict them to reduce the number of demolitions to
Absolutely, but
middle
it was very
protect
specific to an area.
moderately priced housing.
Maybe we should speak through the chair if we're going to start having a back and forth on this, because
Yeah, it could get out of hand. Okay.
Well, I'm puzzled by members of the board directing Kara as to what to do and what not to do, as though we've taken a vote on it. We haven't taken a
There's
vote.
no, I mean, I don't hear that. I want to be, we need direction from you. So we don't,
Well, then maybe
there
we
doesn't seem to be consensus. So we're listening. If there's, right now, the position is we're going to move these articles. If a majority of the board says don't move this article, then we won't. But
I heard
don't
two
hear
members say don't.
I don't hear that.
I didn't even say that.
No,
To be
no,
clear. I'm just expressing a concern and an issue that I think will come up that I hope through the process will be addressed. I'm not suggesting we not move forward.
All of our warrant articles are dealt with. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, next, goals and objectives. Yes.
There's actually still another item under the discussion and warrant article,
Oh, boy.
I missed these
which
things.
is Jonathan Simpson for the restrictive covenant.
Oh, the restricted.
Oh,
Yes, who's online?
wonderful restricted covenant. Yeah, good.
Okay, Jonathan.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. This should be brief. The article that I'm here to present on is sort of a final piece of the puzzle related to the Pudding Stone 40B development in Hancock Village. One of the conditions of the comprehensive permit the Pudding Stone 40B received was that the landowner, prior to receiving its certificate of occupancy, would enter into a restrictive covenant that would bar the building any additional structures or paved areas inside the site, the part that's covered by the comprehensive permit, doing so outside of the comprehensive permit process. This is, and they've now reached the point in the project where it is appropriate to get that restrictive covenant executed and then recorded. There is, I believe, in abundance of caution, we should have town meeting approve it. There is an argument to be made that it is an interest in real estate, and therefore the town should be approving any acquisition of such an interest by a 2/3 town meeting vote. Prior, we have options. My suggestion would be that in the run-up to town meeting, the board reviews the restrictive covenant, has all of its questions answered, and then executes it contingent on town meeting approval, so that as soon as town meeting approval is obtained, they can get that restrictive covenant recorded. It matches the restrictive covenant we utilized already for residences of South Brookline, the other 40B in Hancock Village. That was passed in 2022, the approval for which was passed in 2022 by town meeting, although that was alongside the acquisition of an easement. But the declarations are essentially the same, but for they reference different sites and different comprehensive permits. So that's, I'm hoping the select board will put this on the warrant same way they did in 2022, and allow the town to obtain this additional protection, because this entire condition and restrictive covenant was aimed at ensuring, like I said already, that there would be no surprises within the site. Within that, it's only a portion of Hancock Village. It's delineated. You can see it in the draft warrant article, but within that portion that encompasses more than just the new building, that there won't be anything else built on it other than what has already been proposed, or potentially what is proposed via amendment of the comprehensive permit, which would necessitate them going through the ZBA and public process with notice to abutters and all of that. So I'm here to answer any questions if anyone has it.
Okay, you're asking for our approval of this warrant article, right?
Well, it's not on the warrant yet, but yes, I mean the point would be that I'm asking for the select board to agree in concept to put it on the warrant, so that we can put it forward.
Paul, you had your hand up first.
Yep, just a quick question. Thank you for the explanation. I understand what it is, but the question is why? Why would they be willing to do this? Why do we want? I'm just curious about what's triggering it.
The real why is it's a condition of their comprehensive permit. They can't get their C of O until they do this. So the going back in time, as back when they were going through the process initially, I believe the ZBA was concerned that the 40Bs had been sort of carved. The sight lines of the 40B had been drawn in a very specific way. And the ZBA, both with residences of South Brookline and then again at Puddingstone, was concerned that there was still space available even within those sight lines, that theoretically the owner could make an argument in the future that they were entitled to additional density or paved areas on that area through 40A. Notwithstanding the fact that there's an argument that's the comprehensive permit, you don't get to step over those lines to do anything with 40A. I think the ZBA was most comfortable just simply putting it as a condition, and the applicant agreed. So
it's a condition. So it's a condition, Jonathan, and that condition, they get their certificate of occupancy once that condition gets satisfied.
Yes.
And that actually puts those 40B units onto the SHI, I would assume, once they get their certificate of occupancy.
That's Kara could speak to this more. I believe that is correct, because they have been sort of popping on and off. They sort of come on, and then they took long enough that they fell off again, and then they got a building permit, so I think they came back on, and then it took long enough, and so they fell back off again.
Okay, John.
John, thank you for the explanation. Does this have anything to do with, and I'm relying on memory here, but I'm pretty sure I recall accurately that there was a application made or a request made before, and I'm thinking it's probably the Zoning Board of Appeals, for some sort of departure from what was the actual, development plan, so that additional units could be added to one of the buildings, and on a space that was to be used for parking. And then in return, there was a space that was used, that was allocated to, I think, green space, but nonetheless was vacant, that could be then used for the parking that got displaced by the addition to the building. Does this have anything to do with that?
It does not. Critically, all of that, if we're thinking of the same thing, all of that is being done through the comprehensive permit process. So that this covenant says you can't do anything that's not within the comprehensive permit process. That, my understanding of the arrangement that they're trying to reach there, is being done as a modification of the comprehensive permit. So if it's approved, it would fit within the covenant because it's within the comprehensive permit process.
So this neither opens the door to that nor disallows that?
Exactly right. What it would
Okay,
disallow would be trying to do that by some other means.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so you want to vote. So therefore I move approval of the the warrant article to accept a restrictive covenant in favor of the town, between the town and Pudding Stone at Chestnut Hill project.
And I would just note, this is a draft. Jonathan needs to fine tune it, but that's the thrust of it.
We're approving going forward with.
Right.
Yeah.
An article.
Right, the meets and bounds piece of it.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor, John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, next, goals and objectives.
All right.
Finally? Okay.
Nothing else hiding here, I don't think. All right. Thank you. I'll try and move through this swiftly. So you have my screen up here, and I'll make it bigger. This is the new draft based on the comments I received from select board members, as well as the comments from the previous meeting in July. There are just some, one, obviously I want to give you board members the opportunity for general feedback and anything specific you think is missing. And then there are a couple of specific points that I wanted to go through quickly to make sure it's to hear your feedback on, so that we can revise this and have it presented in a hopefully final or near final form at your workshop in September.
Yeah, and at the workshop is where we have final opportunity to fine tune it. And so this is not going to be,
No.
it's not going to come out of
Not-
this meeting.
Right. You have one more opportunity here to revise. So, were there any general comments from members of the board? Things or anything that is missing that needs to be put in?
No.
None here.
Paul's got his hand up.
No.
Paul has his hand up.
Okay, Paul, you have a
Yeah.
comment. Okay.
Yes, I do. I do for Chaz, and I just wanted to, I would have hoped to have had a conversation with you about this, but I just didn't get time today. I sent you a specific item around reviewing our financial policies.
Yes.
And I think you merged them together into the first line. And and I see that it's been put there. This number one's become pretty muddled. Reviewing our financial policies was meant to be, we've got a number of policies that we reviewed probably in 2011, free cash waterfall, CIP, other things that could use a review and discussion and possible modification. Now, these other items here related to recruitment, equitable recruitment, safety training, opportunities for seniors, those are all important things, but how do they relate back to our financial policies, our formal financial policies like free cash waterfall?
Yeah, and you see, I've actually flagged that section for potential deletion at your suggestion, because I think, it is now maybe potentially trying to do too much.
Okay.
What I would say on this, and you can see I put the assess and update free cash as a potential addition down here. I anticipate that at your workshop this September, you're going to have the opportunity to assess and update those policies, that we're going to come to you, as we discussed in the summer, with some recommendations. So my hope is that that will be an accomplishment for you in FY25 rather than a goal in FY26. But so it may actually be the reverse. It may be that if you want to cut this the first half of this and talk in the second half about devoting the appropriate financial resources, that may be an option. But it may also be worth discussing in the context of what comes out of the workshop.
Well, so that's actually, you raise a very valid point, Chaz, that my strong preference would be to review and modify as appropriate our financial policies prior to the end of this fiscal year. So it should be done in FY25.
Right.
And you raise a good point. I appreciate you doing that. So hopefully we can address these at the workshop and delete the first half. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I know that, Bernard, you had flagged this one about maximizing Community Preservation Act, and you were concerned that, it's not necessarily the board's role, it's the CPA committee's role. But I think one of the directives you gave to us on staff is that we need to be going to that committee and seeking that money out and, putting all the eligible projects on the table so that the committee has knows the full spectrum of what's out there that could potentially be CPA eligible. So we want to take that, that guidance and make sure that it's, driven home in the objectives.
I like that idea. Yeah.
We talked to, there's this language here about seeking reasonable sustainable development opportunities to diversify the tax base. Paul, you had flagged that for potential deletion. And I think it's probably the same issue that you had raised with the first one, which is it's trying to do a lot in one sentence. But just a question there as to, if we don't have that in this one, do we break it out? Is it left out? Because I do know that, the impetus is going to be there for, Chestnut Hill West and other projects that are ongoing to move forward in this and the next fiscal year.
What do other people think? I mean, I think they should stay, frankly. I mean, the idea is that we're doing the community planning process, but that doesn't mean that we're not doing other things. And these items in particular, need to be looked at in time for us to come up with a plan once they're ready.
Yeah. So Bernard, the reason why is I think they end up weighing down the comprehensive plan. You're qualifying it. So for example, facilities in Brookline Village and elsewhere, children, we've never discussed that. That this is the first time I actually saw that was when it was in this document. Again, I think that we continue to develop our comprehensive plan and other planning activities. I just don't necessarily know if we should enumerate them all because I don't know what they all are.
Okay, so you're suggesting taking out the clause beginning with including in Chestnut Hill.
Yes.
West,
yes.
Yeah.
Ending. Okay. And what do other people think?
That would be
yeah. And my main concern is that we're not using the comprehensive plan to stop looking at.
It's not suggesting that at all.
Right.
I think it's, it says including, it doesn't say exclusive, anything that's exclusive. I think it's important to make it clear that even while the comprehensive planning process is going on, these other things need to go forward.
What is the area around Chestnut, around Children's? I mean, Mike, we've never had a conversation as a board, and maybe that's part of the problem. It looks like something got added on here.
What has been added on?
Okay, wait, David?
I agree with you and Mike that I think it's important to mention specifics. Now, Paul's raising whether Chestnut Hill's the right specific, and that's fine. We can discuss that. But I think having specifics is important because if we only have sort of this general overarching language, then it's unclear what the goal really is.
Does it make sense to make this a separate, those specific projects a separate item.
Well, I think, Brent, you actually had flagged the Children's Hospital facilities in the initial draft of this, which
Yeah.
is why it was in there. If there's a concern about that specific project, maybe we take that out and just say including in Chestnut Hill West, including but not limited to Chestnut Hill West, since that is the big project that's
Yeah.
currently in furthest along.
John?
My concern would be if we didn't include that, because we have a major piece of unoccupied space at the commercial storefront or street front portion of part of that very successful Brookline Place, 1 and 2 development. And we need to, make it clear there has to be a continuing focus on getting an occupant for that space or solving the problem of that unclaimed space. It's a huge gap in one of our more successful redevelopment areas.
I think it's worth continuing this discussion at your workshop and seeing,
That's fine with me.
so we'll leave this kind of the open question, and then finalize it at the workshop if that makes sense for the group.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Just, in the next iteration of this, just make sure somewhere it's flagged that we're gonna talk about that.
Yes.
We don't go into the meeting and then start thinking about it.
Yeah. Then the last flag was that a suggestion was made. So first we changed the title of this. Thank you all for your suggestions on improving the title of this last section. We settled on improve the public way for all users. We talked about continuing prioritize. There was a suggestion made to combine goals 1 and 2 and to add a goal about completing the work on ADA compliant crossing signals. We are continuing that work. I don't know, and I need to talk to Commissioner Shute about this, what the timeline is for finishing that, and whether it goes past FY26. I know it is a continued priority and we're working at it, but I don't know whether or not that's going to be finished by FY26, and we need to get clarity on that. One area, if you want to talk about that, potentially in another goal might be to put in accessibility in bullet 3. But again, that's a question of, do you want to have that specific call out to the ADA compliance signals in the goals and objectives? And if so, how do we kind of measure that out?
Yeah, that's another thing we should take up at the workshop, but I think that, accessibility is an important issue that we have to make sure we include somehow.
Okay, we'll leave this flag in, and then I would just say, members of the board, if you have individual comments, again, please feel free to circulate to us, and we'll take a look at them. We'll make sure that we get a revised draft to the out for the workshop.
Okay, any further discussion of that? If not, let's go on to the last item, and I can go home and move.
You have 2 more items, unfortunately.
Yeah, just 2, I suppose. Well,
Bernard, could I ask one question before you
Sure.
move? So based on the presentation with the gap analysis on human services, is there anything from that we may want to incorporate into our FY26 priorities? Is it worth a mention? Because there was a lot there. There really was.
Well, but the main thing that would be incorporated here is funding for the a position that was proposed.
I think so. The language we had in planning for the future, bullet 3, was continued development of holistic hub-based social services model of assistance that includes, but is not limited to, housing recovery office, but maybe housing stability office.
So maybe that should be it should be incorporated there.
Yeah, maybe we should make that more specific around the needs assessment.
Okay.
We can make that edit. That's a good flag.
Thank you.
It needs assessment, but the staff position.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Good. Okay. Next, boards and commissions reappointments. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reappointments. And I'd just like to mention a couple things. Zoning Board of Appeals, I asked Jesse Geller to sort of expand on his application, which he did, and I hope people saw that in the packet. And then there's some issue with respect to the Park and Recreation Commission and the reappointment of John Pan. I don't know if you want to mention.
Yeah, I know, I'll be happy to
John?
bring that up.
And I have something to say about that too.
Yeah, that's fine. This is a result of the fact that we actually have a policy that we adopted that because we are giving a lot of latitude to people who seek reappointment to their positions on various boards, committees, and commissions, in that if there is no objection from the chair, and if the chair, in fact, would actively like to see an individual reappointed, we do not take people whose terms have expired and require them to go through the process of submitting for an additional appointment for an additional term and to come back in for another interview. We, for the sake of the efficiency of our own operations, but also in recognition of good service deserves to be rewarded, we're essentially routinely reappointing people in large number. But we do have 1 or 2 things that we set as thresholds for, well, when do we not reappoint someone? And one of them was attendance. And the requirement is that members of boards, committees, and commissions attend 2/3 of the meetings during their term. And in this case of just this one applicant, who is a fine person who makes good contributions to the Park and Rec Commission, but the attendance hasn't been at the threshold. It hasn't met the threshold. And so, because I think that is an important requirement if we are going to routinely reappoint people who are already serving, I have let Bernard know that I'm going to abstain on that appointment.
Okay. And the policy that John referred to is a policy, and I don't have written down exactly when we pass this policy, but the language is board, commission, committee members shall attend at least 2/3 of the body's public meetings. Failure to do so may result in the removal of membership and possible replacement by the select board. And I talked to Clara Batchelor regarding this individual, and he's an emergency physician, and apparently, according to Clara, he had scheduled his work around the schedule of meetings of the Park and Recreation Commission. Number of meetings were changed, and it conflicted with his work schedule. She talked to him about this, and she is convinced that he, so long as they don't change around their meeting schedules, that he'll be able to attend meetings in a reasonable basis. So I think that given that the policy says the select board may replace such a member, the implication is if there's a justification for not kicking someone off because of missing meetings, that we should reappoint them. And I think that there is a justification in this case, and I will defer also to Clara Batchelor's concerns. But I thank John for raising this, and actually spending the time to look into.
Well, and I know you've given it a lot of thought as well.
Mike?
I think it's worth mentioning the advisory committee has a policy that advisory committee members who have a reason for missing a meeting need to notify the chair through the advisory committee's support staff member, the secretary of the advisory committee. And just the same, if they need to be away, then they need to be away. And if the meetings get changed around, sort of need somebody's feat, as it were, it seems to me like we ought to give the person an opportunity to, to reappoint.
Any other comments about that item? Okay, so what I'd like to do is to begin moving approval of the appointments to these boards and commissions. So I move approval of Jesse Geller to the Zoning Board of Appeals. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Or do we want to do that in sort of omnibus fashion?
Yeah, unless
You
you
take,
want to
take
pull
them
out
all
the-
except the last.
Well, yeah, all except the last. So I move approval of Jesse Geller to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Hugh Madison and Pamela Templer to the Tree Planting Committee. John Dukakis to the Brookline Commission for the Arts. Pam Goodman for the Housing Advisory Board. And Peggy McGuire for the trustees of Walnut Hill Cemetery. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Now, Park and Recreation Commission, I move approval of John Payne for reappointment to the Park and Recreation Commission. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Abstain.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Abstain.
And chair votes aye. Okay. Boards and commissions, new appointments. Advisory Council on Public Health. Here's another issue. This is another issue that came up here. So the chair of the Advisory Committee on Public Health, Advisory Council on Public Health, or of Public Health, yeah,
Of.
real name. Of. We ought to change that. So the chair has recommended that, well, first of all, there's a voting position open and two non-voting positions open. The chair recommends that Shara Fisher be appointed to the voting position and that Marion Friedman Gerspan and Anthony Ishak be appointed to the non-voting positions. I raised the question of issue of diversity, particularly with respect to the Asian community in town on this very important committee. One of the applicants, Michiko Manjeshi, I think is how you pronounce her name, a pediatrician. I thought, we should consider appointing her to one of the non-voting positions. I was talked out of that by the chair of the council, who noted that Anthony Isaac is Middle Eastern, which is part of Asia, right? Jeez. These issues of diversity are not, they're not hard and fast rules. They're just attempts that we make to make sure that there's a diversity of experiences, of opinions, and values on our various boards and commissions. But at any rate, I also looked at the interviews of the various applicants and their application materials with a little more depth. And I'm willing to go with the recommendation of Charlie Homer, who recommended the three people I mentioned. I don't know if anyone else has any comments.
Could you just repeat who the three are? And
Yeah. Charlie Homer suggests that Sheriff Fisher be appointed to the voting position, and that Marion Friedman Gerspan and Anthony Ishak be appointed to the non-voting positions. I know that Marion Friedman Gerspan suggested that maybe Mary Kessler would be a better appointment. I talked to her, and she is willing to take the position herself. So
you spoke to Marion,
right?
Friedman Gerspan, and do you mind if I just say,
sure?
Because I'm not sure how you intend to proceed, but excuse me, I made the case to our chair that I do think we should be have the opportunity, if we have a difference of view as to how these appointments should fall, that we can express that through a round of voting, as is done when, for example, I think people are familiar with, if we have multiple candidates for a school committee to replace a school committee member, we've used this process where we give each individual the opportunity to say, my choice would be.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if you're going to do it that way.
Yeah, I
express my
apologize for
choice.
not
Yeah.
mentioning that.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we did talk about it.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is go around and ask each select board member to indicate the two candidate. Well, first of all, let's vote for the voting.
The voting,
appointment.
yeah.
I move approval of or appointment of Sheriff Fisher to the voting position on the Advisory Council of Public Health. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. And if you have an alternative person, let me know. But let's start this way. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Michael Sandman?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Okay, and chair votes aye. So we're appointing Sheriff Fisher to the voting, as voting member of the Advisory Council. And next, with respect to the two non-voting positions open, we have, as I said, Marion Friedman-Gerspan, Marion Friedman-Gerspan, Mary Kassler, Machiko Mingisi, Anthony Ishak. Those four are your options. As we go around, please indicate who you would like to appoint, and we'll see who gets the most votes. You have a question, Mike?
No, you've just answered my question. I appreciate the opportunity to make my statement.
Okay. Well, you want to make a statement now?
Well, John's
Yeah, we'll just go around and get to Mike,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. So I happen to differ with the chair of the Advisory Council on the selections for the two non-voting positions. That's fine. And that's just sometimes that's the way it falls. But I do think the two strongest candidates after Sheriff Fisher were Machiko Minagishi and Mary Kassler. And as the chair mentioned, the person nominated by the Advisory Council chair, Marion Friedman-Gerspan, who's a wonderful person, but she spoke enthusiastically about Mary Kassler and said, pick her, because she's wonderful and the two of them get along great. And I agree with Marion Friedman-Gerspan. I think Mary Kassler is very clearly a strong candidate, and I would hope to see her be one of the non-voting positions on the council. And I think the same of the interview we had with Machiko Minagishi. And so I think my two choices would be Mary Kassler and Machiko Minagishi.
Okay. Mike Salmon?
I agree with John in both cases.
Oh,
really?
Isn't that, John?
I've got a newfound admiration for you.
I take notes when I keep notes for these, because it's really hard to keep. You have a number of people, and I'm going back and looking at my notes, and I was going to say Mary Kassler in contrast to Marion Gerspan would be my choice, but looking at my notes, I think Dr. Minagishi would be the appropriate second.
Okay. Paul?
I'm going to agree with the chair so I'm going to agree with your recommendations, Bernard, which are the chair of the commission's recommendation as well. I think, Anthony, I appreciate his background as a pharmacist. He brings a unique perspective. He came with ideas that, we had a lengthy discussion with him about ideas. Him doing research when he travels, knocking on doors. That really impressed me, his level of enthusiasm in detail. And I think Miriam would be a great addition, certainly from providing her background in mental health, and also, being a very active senior in our community. I think she'd be a good addition as well. So I would stick with Bernard and the chair of the committee.
Okay, David?
So I'm in partial agreement with John and Mike and partial agreement with Paul. I agree with Paul that
Complicated.
I agree with Paul that I thought that Anthony Ishak presented very well as a go-getter who has practical ideas, who researches and would be a very active member. And I think that's important. So in my initial list of three, I had Shira Fisher as well, and we already voted on her. So Anthony Ishak, I would support. However, I agree with John and Mike about Mary Kassler. I found her to be very impressive. She has an extremely strong resume. As mentioned, Marion Friedman Gerspan herself endorsed Mary Kassler, essentially. So my two picks would be Anthony Ishak and Mary Kassler.
Well, I have no problem at all with Anthony, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like we have three
Yeah.
votes on.
Yeah.
Anthony and.
Yeah, so Mary Kassler.
Oh, we have two, okay.
Well, no,
I have
yeah.
to vote.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, I'm gonna go with, Charlie Homer's suggestion or recommendation for, Marion and, Anthony. So we have, 3 votes for Anthony, so it's Anthony. And,
Four, actually.
Four, yeah.
Mike and I have changed our vote.
oh, you've changed your vote, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Plus
and-
you.
David?
Plus me. Let's see.
And actually.
And then.
Five, you have 5 votes.
Yeah,
Five.
yeah, now five.
Yeah.
You, yeah.
Okay, and who comes in second?
Mary
Actually,
Kassler.
Mary does with,
Mary
Ray.
Kassler. 3.
3-2. Unless you guys want to join, make it unanimous.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
So we have 2 appointments to the Advisory Council on Public Health. Anthony Ishak, why can't I pronounce this? Anthony Ishak and Mary Kassler.
It's nice to have good qualified candidates. that you
Oh,
have
really?
made.
Super,
Yes.
super group.
Well, I hope that we have a reapplication.
Okay, good. That's the end of our agenda and the end of the meeting, unless there's anyone in the audience who would like to make a public comment. Nope, nothing to say, Joe? Okay, thank you, everyone.